Hey, guys, me is John. TTRPG. Hope you're all keeping well, because I'm going to tell you, you're all looking well. Ooh. I am getting the right to rise with some Ronin, and it's election day. If you've not went out and fucking voted, fuck off, go vote, and come back and rise with us. We'll be here a while. No rush. No rush. We can rise any time of the day. You gotta get your vote out of the way first, though. But I hope everyone's had a good week so far. I was not even sure if I was going to make it on time for the stream today because I am a little bit what they call a little knackered. I'm a little fucking exhausted, but we're here now. So it's all good. It's all good. I'm voting later when your mum gets home. That's fair. That's not a problem, Andrew. As long as you're getting your vote in, that's all that matters. Make sure you do yourself right. Make sure you do what you can to exercise your pretty much your right to vote. I've, as always, got a pint of piss. And so I'm going to enjoy a bit of that there. We'll have a little sip of that. Sippy pissy. So good. Got 2 hours of sleep last night and somehow had such a good day. I'm glad you're having a good day. Anytime I hear someone has that amount of sleep, it's always like followed up by like, and I feel like death. But the fact that you had a good day is a great thing to hear, Andrew. I'm glad for it. Apparently my mod view doesn't exist. Let me just fix that. That's better. That is better. So I'm glad you had a good day, even with like the weirdly like inconsistent amount of sleep. We are going to aim to do what we can today. I don't know if we'll complete the day, complete the game or not today. But I'm going to see. Like, I'm just gonna do every mission I can in front of me because like when we look at the map, I mean you just can't see the map right now because we're not on that screen. But like I pretty much got the area almost all fucking completed. It's hard to say if there's much more to do beyond a certain point, but it is looking near done. Map completion wise, so like at this point it is just kind of like running the gauntlet on the actual like missions at that point. First day back at work after getting written off for 3 weeks, and it was so chill. You got written off? What'd you get written off for, Andrew? Like, what does that even mean? That sounds odd. Hey lady, hope you're keeping well, because I tell you, you're looking well. Hope everything's all good in your neck of the woods. I keep forgetting that's Eerie. Eerie, you confuse the fuck out of me sometimes with the name changes. I had to go in for a second. It's like, that doesn't say like a new chatter to the chat. It's like, that's someone's been here before. Let me check the chat logs. Like, oh, it's Eerie. It's going all right. I'm glad it's going all right. Just for a second, I was like, I'm pretty sure I know this person. Who is written off by my go for new. Oh, cool. So like written off because I say cool. It's not cool. But like because of the medication and stuff, right? That's fair. That makes sense. Don't worry, soon I'll be able to change it back. It's not a problem if you enjoy the name that you're using, Eerie. That like it's just one of those things where it's just like you get so used to calling someone a certain name, and then there's just that little bit of a holdover of like a changeover or like a migration of like thought pattern. That's all. Like, if you like the name and you want to keep the name, by all means, do not worry about my confusion or let it dictate what you actually want your handle to be. I'm just used to it, so it'll just be just rewiring my brain just to get used to used to it again, if you know what I mean. No, I changed it for a bit. I will change it back. Fair enough. I mean, as long as you're doing it for you, as long as it's something that you desire to do, I just don't want you doing something that you're not necessarily overly fussed or worried about or even desiring to do, because again, that's just like that seems like a terrible idea, just doing things for someone else, you know. But yes. But yes, we're gonna get into the game though. So like the idea today, folks, is and I guess the idea going forward is we should just be maxing out the actual fucking progression story wise. But I do understand where you come from. Well, I'm glad it's not just like feels like me talking superfluous bullshit. Move over to the game here. Just that bit of that holdover, you know. Like it took me last time someone changed name, it took me an hour or two just to kind of get used to it. But that individual, you know, is someone I would talk to like slightly more regularly. On the consistency of things, where obviously I don't see you all for a few days because like I'm off doing other business or being a general menace elsewhere. So yeah, the whole aspect of today essentially comes down to me wanting to essentially just do the missions now. Like the only if we look at the mission list, there's one here called a fresh start, but that's an Edo. Not gonna fuck with that. We might go back to Edo, I guess, at some point, but like the only main mission is the one in front of me, which is called Wildfire. So and it's Katsura, so we're just gonna talk to him right now and see where we'll go here. We're hitting it hard, and then if we beat this game in the next day or two, or by this week, I guess we got Duke Nukem at that.
If he thinks the Alliance would ever allow Lord Yoshinobu into the new administration. I understand your feelings, but you're too idealistic. If we allow Lord Yoshinobu,
We do have the habit of calling people by their surname. You see, if there's a lot of our people with the same name, first name, then when they ask, we call nickname or even written emails. If he's weird, then we would have like here in Ireland, it would be common for folks to use surnames as nicknames for the same reason. A lot of people tend to have the same first name here, so that's actually a pretty normal, common trait here as well.
And told her much the same as you. Please, I need you and Oryo to talk Ryoma around for me. Alright?
Right, so that, what did that, so I gotta head to the Wildfire Inn. Same everyone, be named Petri here. Here it's a lot of, funny enough, it's a lot of Johns. It's a lot of Johns, it's one of those things where, like, depending on the generation, you'll have, like, a very common name. Like, John, very common name for a while, and then there's a lot of fucking Jameses, and then a lot of Davids. So, a lot like that there. Oh. Get that big... Yeah, James is a common one here for certain generations. Like I've known a few Jameses and had been like around several Jameses at a given time. Then how they get around that there sometimes is that they'll use the Irish name for James here, which is Seamus.
Hey, you.
So you probably have like a James and two Seamuses, or two Seamuses and two Jameses, you know? At which point then you just start like reducing those names down to like Jay and Shay and stuff.
I told him not to do anything rash, but he said he was about to hatch a hell of a plan, but who knows what he's up to? Agreed. It's not as if he would listen to us anyway. I'll just have to keep an eye on him. Ah, I know. What do you say we bring him something? What would he like? Can't help me look?
Sure. It's not like I got anything better to do. This is literally the only like main mission available.
Let's get going now that we have our little gift. Ryoma should still be at Zaomi Inn.
My name is weird because it's pronounced with a long E, but written with one, so a lot of people either write it with two E's, or say the short E sound. So kind of like at that point, then it kind of messes with the actual like. It messes with a lot of the interaction, and essentially. Apparently we have to do this. Wonder how many of these fools I can get pure stealth-wise.
I have a bad feeling about this.
What's this? Come on. You in here?
Hello, I was like, come on! And then like immediately murdered the shit out of him. I don't like that move he just did. That was some fucking Cirque du Soleil fucking levels of bullshit there. It's like, I'm sorry. Fuck off with your Parisian circus art. I think Cirque du Soleil is Parisian. I could be wrong. If I'm honest, I'm ready to be very wrong about it, but you never know. But yes, it is a big election day today here in our neck of the woods. So obviously, I'm encouraging folks to go out and do big votes, big voting. If they have not already done so for the day, we'll be streaming for a few hours yet. So the 20-30 minutes it takes to go do a wee vote is going to be more important than whatever you see on this screen. And there's always a VOD, you know, if people are curious, there's always VODs. Thank you very much for the retweet, chick. I appreciate it. You're an absolute legend. I like the quote. There's like Cirque du Soleil. This levels of bullshit there. I just got asked by the bacon man if there's some voting that needs to be done. I'm like, alright, covered, dude. Do not worry. Some people joking call me R-Swede because I can speak Swedish. Is that not a common thing over there? I thought, like, it might have been just a bit of commonality given the nature of how close these are boundary-wise. I think it's only UK and Ireland that are kind of, like, lacking a multilingual nature because it's one of those things when your, like, first language is English. It's... People are usually trying to learn English or whatnot. It's very rare that it's the other way around.
I won't back down. I know you won't.
Jesus. Oh, I forgot about that fucking move he does. Well, bombs. And more bombs? Jesus fucking Christ. Apparently this isn't the time to die, and I'm just like, well, I'm not trying to, like, don't worry, lad. Dying is not my...
Keep going and help Ryoma.
You should keep moving, please.
I will in a second. I want to use the storehouse key to get some sweet items though first. You've been fighting breakdancing French circus clowns all this time. That's what it feels like. And I mean on real life, RL. in real life, I'm taking down Parisian freak circus clowns. In Swede, sorry, I speak Swedish, so with my dad, so I'm part of the 5% I really speak and think in Swedish, and the others have studied Swedish and can speak, but because of that, right, okay. A Finn Swede, if you want to put a name on it, not really a fair fight against 10. Still won. I still won because I just will win. I will not let myself lose. If I can avoid it, of course. I can hear exacerbated moans. How do you take them down? Harsh language and vodka sounds legit. That's the way I go about it, yeah. I have got this. Thank you very much, Yuri.
Looking for something?
Was that aimed at me?
You still need to clean up this country.
Did they kill Ryoma?
You need to live.
He was a bad influence on you, but I've taken care of that.
That wee bitch. I wanted to get drunk this weekend. I've been working 3 weeks and no Friday, 3 days in between. Yeah, you need a fucking day or two, or well, more than a day or two. You need some fucking time just to fucking wind down. That sounds fucking ridiculous. Did you just call me tungsten kebab? Because I will be very confused by that phrase. Why would you call me a dense metal kebab?
Always be your twin.
No, you will not be tungsten kebab.
I did it for you. That man down. Open your eyes. You still refuse to see. Does he mean so much to you?
Jesus. That bitch is a bad influence. What bitch? Don't think I can heat a whole tungsten kebab. Bit filling. You know what, Pashwa? I feel that. I understand that.
Will awaken.
I don't think I could finish tungsten kebab ever, or even fucking start it. But yeah, I have this weekend free finally. Well, I hope you enjoy yourself and do plenty of stuff to look after yourself.
Wounded. You have to help him.
Worry about yourself now. Pull yourself together. What about your dream? Someone big as the ocean.
My dream.
How long y'all free?
I can finally see it. The future of our great nation.
Just dance metal kebabs.
Responsibility,
Whoa, where do you pull that from?
regardless of social status. Create a parliament. And then I will travel the world and learn all I can. If you want to change the world, you must start with yourself. I'm counting on you. Of course.
A few times I can see the character talk.
Do all you can.
Travel the world, he sounds half dead. Ack, nah, come on, he's not half dead, he's full dead.
Help me lift this man. Be careful. Hold him steady.
Dead sexy.
We need hot water. And lots of it. This is
Yeah, I want to throw this out here. I don't think hot water is going to cure this man's ailments.
do it.
I've never heard of the hot water method of healing. Sounds like some homeopathy, and that shit's bullshit. That's just drugs. That is just straight up drugs. That was just heroin, I bet. That or opium. That was just opium. They have just taken a dose of Britain's drug cartel and injected it into that man.
You, go after them.
He's hot water and shungite? No, that won't work. That won't work. He's clearly just had about a quart of like Britain's drug trade in that generation pumped right into him.
His new Japan.
What the fuck kind of weird exorcism revival was that? What's shungite? Shungite is a type of like dense stone
There is no need.
that is found in like parts of Russia and Russian territory. It legitimately has the ability to dampen signals. Like if you had like a wall of shungite and you had like Wi-Fi, the shungite would like dampen the signal between the two sides of the wall. But then people who are New Age freaks thinks that having a rock off at this size will stop all of the signals ever around you. Because they don't understand the nature of like dense stone damping signals versus dense stone absorbing every signal everywhere. Because people are stupid. It might keep the 5G waves out, like if you created a dome of it and sat in the dome, but not in the way that like put it this way, my mum living that new age bullshit bought one like a little like shungite pyramid saying it would stop all the bad signals. For a laugh, I put it beside the Wi-Fi router and checked all of the internet connections in the house. Funny enough, the internet still worked. You know, that's the type of bullshit we're talking here. If hot water revives people, we should. Lacey coming in with the. Why is that always break sometimes? Lacey coming in with the 10 viewers. Lacey, you keep well because I tell you you're looking well. What were you playing? Were you playing more Dragon's Dogma 2? Were you? You were? I didn't even... I called it before you put it into the chat. Lacey, are you keeping well? Because I'm telling you, you're looking well. I hope you're having a wonderful day today so far. It's not going too bad. Better for seeing your lovely face in the chat, Lacey. Better for seeing your lovely face in the chat. What up, Todd Brick? I hope you're keeping well because I'm telling you, you're looking well. Call me a short man. What do you like, you absolute giant? Bigsby's wall of shungite. Stop spam email or would if the email existed in D&D. Oh god. Fuck me. I'm still thinking about Bigham's Fortuitous Fountain. I'm gonna send this dog out with money. What is tall compared to ants? Tall compared to ants is like anything really. Any sort. I mean, you could argue most insects, I guess. Playing some more Dragon's Dogma 2. Level 179. What the fuck? Just rewind that a second. 170 fucking 9? Are you shitting me? I'm good. Only worked one day, but still getting paid for 25 hours this week. You can't be bad at that. You can't be bad at that at all, Tolbert. That sounds absolutely delightful.
I heard about Ryoma. That man had a certain way about him. It was impossible to not let your guard down once he really got going. That's a good thing, mind you.
No, but the week of the 14th is going to be a bitch. Is it like one of those ones where like the week gets like super fucking busy because then suddenly you're like... Is it one of those ones where it's like, oh, I didn't do any work this week at all, and then suddenly it's like, oh, I have now got to make up like 80 fucking hours. We're talking like that, Tallbrick?
A real fight is all but inevitable.
Yeah, talk about Aaron. That's quite a confusing question. Why did you ask the tallness versus ants? Like ants are an insect. Like they're just like they'll think like that their size. Like are we talking like and is it, what the fuck? Maybe an us there? Sunday to Tuesday 10 hours, Wednesday 11 hours, Thursday 4, and then Saturday 10. That sounds fucking horrific. I hope you're getting paid well for that. Ants can be tall, they're brave. One day off of all those hours. I don't know about you folks, but that sounds
Anyway,
that sounds fucking grim.
Strong one indeed. But you will have to bring this to an end one day. You and no other. The confrontation between the shogunate and the two clans has already begun.
I was trying to be kind, but okay. You're tall compared to squirrels. I am 6 foot tall.
Be ready for anything.
I am slightly above the average medium
You do what you need to do.
for my country.
Till next time.
I'd have to be up for the next 4 hours. So I'm burning it and not going in. Jesus Christ. Public, that sounds insane. That sounds obscene. That sounds horrific. That sounds everything that just sounds like hell. Not gonna lie. Jesus, Talbrick, you doing what? And I do in 5 days and free. Yeah. Hey, above average is gimmick infringement, sir. It's not about infringing your gimmick. It's literally about my legitimate height. I can't infringe on a thing that is legitimately just biology that I was born with. Well, it's Prime Week, and that's that'll week until the. Ew, fucking hell. Okay, I see why you're now suddenly inundated with a lot of this bullshit. So I got the head to the revolutionary base, or the shogunate, the shogunate base. I'm gonna go to the shogunate, or anti-shogunate. Let's go to the fucking rebels. Your dad is 6'3"? That's fucking pretty tall, to be fair. It's pretty damn tall. They killed my precious, or tried to kill my precious Ryoma, so I'm gonna murder every last one of them. Tallbrick is just sitting there with just absurd levels of height. Just towering above whole buildings. With his just unparalleled, unrelenting height.
We should have gone together.
It's just like his height is just like you know what? I'm just bigger than literally everything.
We'd never have come so far.
Go to the Shogunate base, blow it up. Blow up that Shogunate base. Jesus.
You know the situation already, I presume.
Just ruining folks with their Shogunate.
Battle is inevitable. Japan cannot be changed with a Tokugawa.
I've been meaning to get around to watching
Our purposes may not be
Shogun.
Sandwich allegedly proclaims that doesn't work for me, brother. See you in court, brother Jack dude.
Fuck's sake, Andrew. See you in court, brother Jack dude. But yes, I finished Fallout today finally. Like I promised I said I would. I finished Fallout and very impressed with how that TV show went. I wasn't sure how it goes, how it was going to go. You know, like adaptations of like fucking
Explain a little about the plan.
gaming fucking series and movies and stuff has been pretty dire for the most part. Surprisingly, really well thought out, really well fucking scripted, really well fucking like float beautifully as a show goes. I'm keen to see where the hell we go come season 2.
together.
I also like caught up with the boys. So I'm caught up with the boys as well. So I got a little bit of TV time in today. I have to order work shoes one size and then one more length soon, as I think these shoes I have are small. Oh, so they're kind of like constricting your feet a little bit then. Lack of pachinko ruins the game. I mean, I'm not really fond of pachinko, but that's, I mean, we will see we'll see kind of differently there on that one, RL. Does that man have a gun shield? Like a rifle gun and a shield? That's American. Yep. No, that's a French dude, actually.
It's an honor to fight alongside such renowned samurai.
We've been expecting you. My name is Kondo, the Shinsengumi.
The French are working with the Japanese. Interesting.
My Denshutai troops have finished.
Shogun is so good. It's a bit of reading, but I reckon you'll love it. It's one of those ones where, like, as long as I know what I'm getting into with my dyslexia, that's cool. Like, obviously, like, things with subtitles, it can be sometimes a bit hit and miss. Like, it's not one of those ones I'd be able to fucking, like, you know, marathon it just because it'd be fucking exhausting for me. But yeah, you're like 3, is that 3 centimeters from 6 foot, or how am I interpreting that? Yuri, imagine French and Japanese cuisine combined. I think that would be kind of terrible. But that's just me.
off against the Shogunate forces, and so the curtain rose on the Bushin War.
The Blade Twins is gonna walk the fuck off, just like, whatever, I'm done. That's my fucking chaos zone. I'm away to fucking have a burger or some shit. I am 2 game months away from finishing Persona. Is that Persona 3? Naruto run part. Let's go. The fuck? Do I not get to keep my sweet fucking horse? No. All right. I guess we're just gonna run into battle. Fuck them. Right, Persona 3. Nice. I know you've been playing like fucking God knows how many RPGs in a row, which has been like just astounding to me that you're able to do that there. No worries, Andrew. You lurking it. If you're way off to vote, not a problem, Andrew. I hope you get it done with relative ease and not too many complications. Fucking hate Sheetley boys because it's just like, oh, here, 1 second. Everything you throw at these fucks, it's like absolutely exhausted my own. Finally, fucking hell, right? Just die. Just fucking die. Yeah, but those Sheetley boys are a bit fucking annoying to fight. And as I come up on folks, I wanted to start mincing them as well. Which is not the most efficient use of my time, but sure. Whoa. Get that health in. Whoa. Jesus. That damage was a bit fucking much. I guess that's one way of taking care of the fucking damage.
You wanna fight?
Oh, fucking hell. Those cannons are blitzkrieg bopping me, like, and not in a good way. Right, no, I need to, like, get my boys up, so... Cool. No, get health in you fucking idiot. There we go. Right, I need to get past those cannons. Rip indeed. Big rip energy. Right, you know what? I'll start rewatching Arrow from season 1. I never watched Arrow. I don't know what it was, but I just never got around to that, like, actual show. I know, like, it was massively fucking, like, popular for a while. I've never been that overly fussed, I guess, on DC characters. So it's like, oh, Arrow, a DC character TV show. Not for me. Well, that takes care of that fucking cannon division spanking my ass unreasonably. Where the fuck do I go from here? Let's see, since February did Persona 3 Reloaded, Dragon's Dogma, Shin Megami Tensei 5, Lego Marvel Avengers, Stars Lego Marvel Superheroes 2, and you went back to Persona 3 Reloaded. That's fucking wild. They kind of go up and in, okay. You wish someone would spank your ass? Well, why don't you ask them, Harry? Did I say that out? Well, you clearly typed that out loud. I mean, it's one of those things here, you've just got to find someone and build a trust with them, right? Not more fucking cannons. That'll be really awesome. A cloth hat should not stop an arrow. I'm just throwing that out there. Oh, Last 8, Flash 9, Legends of Tomorrow 7, I believe, Supergirl 7. I have them all on Blu-ray and whatnot. So I take it that's you just going to be like watching through them. Are you going to do that thing where you watch them all in a specific order so that when like the crossover episodes are happening, it's all like perfectly timed out? Like, is that sort of the plan, Colbert? Can I have that sort of ebb and flow ready? Yeah, next I screw something up at work, I'm going to ask my supervisor to smack... right, okay. I did not think that that would be an option at your business, but that is interesting that that's an option. I know that is just a joke. I am being absolutely facetious as well. Okay, there goes that. I mean, they blasted me pretty badly there with those cannons, but I think I got a fucking asshole. I was gonna say, I think I got away with it, and then suddenly, like, fucking those pricks over there. I think I got a nice little dead spot here I can get them in. Let's see. Oh, maybe not so much. Okay, just the angle a little bit. Fuck me, okay. No, because I'm missing Batwoman, so those crossovers are not all complete. Oh, fair enough. Are you missing just because you weren't really fussed on Batwoman, or is it just a rarer box set? Oh, so there's a Batwoman series? Pardon my ignorance, I did not know there was a Batwoman series. Just haven't got them yet on DVD. That's fair, that's fair. I was just a bit confused there for a second. I was like, shit, I didn't even know that was... I mean, I didn't even know that was, TV series, honestly. Fucking Okita. Free season. I was not aware. I was not even aware. That was... Right, you know, I'm gonna have to look at him sternly. Because sometimes you just gotta look at a person just very sternly to show them that you're ready to fuck. Sadly, I don't have a katana that I can set on fire with that action. It's like, can I set this katana? I don't have a katana to set on fire. It's a shame. I do need one of these though. I need to refresh some of the fucking health pallets. Yesterday I got my supervisor's degree to come on a trip with me and our supervisor on our motorbikes. Nice, nice, nice. Where do you plan on going?
Who are you?
So it was you who kindled the flames of war?
Okay. Oh, fucking K. This might be a little bit, this might be a bit fucky-wucky, because there's essentially two bosses at once? No, Kondo. Getting shot, apparently, by the French lad? Okay. I thought me and Kondo were going to be having, like, some epic fights, but no, the French lad decided to fucking absolutely musket me. Your samurai spirit's fucking shite, Kondo. Alright, time for fucking brunette. Brunette. We will go to the islands. What is the island? What are the island islands? Can't say I'm familiar with it. Between Finland and Sweden, it's really beautiful there. And my family have a summer home. Oh, very nice, very nice. That sounds lovely.
So, our dream ends here.
Good. Fucking fuck off, I guess, your shitty ass stream. Didn't know what to say to that was. I think we've done pretty well to make it this far. I think questioning our ability to make it this far is a bit fucking rude, but that's just me. Hey, Missy. You keep walking, so I tell you you're looking well. Are you not, like, up in the Nordic lands at the minute, Missy?
Inamoto has brought his ship around. Please, you must escape to Edo.
Hope everything's all good in your neck of the woods, though.
If I flee now, the shogunate's over.
But that's exactly what they're hoping for. Should you fall to your enemies here, war will rack the entire nation. Lord Katamori.
Denmark currently? Very nice. Very, very nice.
You burn with a desire for vengeance.
But is someone visiting you? I don't know. I doubt you're in Denmark at the minute, Yuri.
This is not over.
The enemy's commander has fled. Now is the time. The heavens have granted
Close, yeah, very close.
The Shogun's troops are on the verge of retreat. Let's give this everything we have. Fire!
There's only sea and Sweden between us. I mean, that's not much, right?
Look after Brunei.
Brunei? Okay, that's how you pronounce it. Brunei.
What is done with you?
Okay. Brunei. Past the islands during my Finland to Sweden ferry. They're beautiful. Oh, very nice. Very nice. So, Missy's a little bit familiar with them then. Just like a regular hike away. A regular... What the fuck is your regular hike? Jesus. Starting today, HBO Max, you can stream Godzilla New Empire. What is that? Is that an anime or is that a series or a TV show? I watched Godzilla -1 recently and it was badass. Oh, is that the new one? I did not know it was called that. Welcome back, Andrew. Welcome back.
Though the Shogunate forces outnumbered the enemy, with the retreat of the Shogun, defeat was at hand. Riding high from its victory, the revolutionist army began its march on Edo. In disarray after their defeat at Tobafushimi, the remnants of the Shogunate army flee to Edo in their commander's wake.
Nice.
Emboldened by their victory, the revolutionist army heads north.
Oh my god, another raid coming in. John says you keep well because I would tell you you're looking well. Ho, 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 ho. Hey, love like China. You keeping well because I would tell you you're looking well. Oh my god, put your OD and Roy Harness as well. We playing some Broken Sword again. Nice, nice, nice. Are you ready for Kiss? The band? Not really. I'm not a fan of them. I'm not a big fan of the band Kiss. Fuck the Tories indeed. I hope everyone's been out doing their votes today. Hope you all been fucking getting yourselves all voted up. I was saying to folks earlier, if they hadn't done their vote yet, they need to get out of here and vote and then come back and hang out and watch with us and play with us. You know, gotta keep things right. Gotta do what we gotta do our elected duties. Our duties to elect is probably the better way of phrasing that. Fuck the Tories, vote. Yes, that's it. That is a good fucking message right there, Roy Harness. You yourself and T-Part Shock took the dog at 2 o'clock. Nice. Very, very nice. Very, 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 very nice. Got the dogs voted in as well, I hope. I hope you managed to get their ballot paper stamped with a little paw as well. It's like, that is one fuck the Tory vote. I'll continue working for now, but I'm trying to pop in again soon, putting in the background. Not a problem, Yuri. Do what you need to do, it's all good. Let's get rid of all these fucking... You have a new item notifications, because fucking do my head in. I can't confirm, I did not vote the Tories. That's good, that's all good. There is no obligation for anyone to actually state who they voted for. A vote is private as you want it to be, and is encouraged to not be pressured to talk about who you voted for. All I would ask is that, like, the things I said over the last few weeks, especially during Pride Month and whatnot, I cannot tell you who to vote for. I am not going to be the person to tell you who you should vote for. But all I would ask you to do is encourage you to do is vote compassionately and trying to put someone in a position of power that is not going to be an awful ghoul and reduce the healthcare reliability, access, and fucking support that our friends in trans community receive, and make sure that no fucking absolute just fucking ghouls get into power. But you know, what you need to do on a personal level, a local level, to suit your needs as an individual for your constituency. Obviously, vote to obviously look after yourselves the best way possible, but just try to avoid putting a ghoul in charge. So yeah, we're trying to see how far we can get in Rise of the Ronin today. I imagine there's not much like main storyline left, because, or not storyline left, because like main side quest left, because we are the fuck. Do I already have that? What's that? What is that type? That is a, oh my god, a big stretch. I can do a big stretch. Oh, I even cracked a little bit there as well. That was good shit. Thank you very, 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 very much, Wood Rudy. But yes, that is chi. Okay, so if I went to this, oh, that's alright. Interested. Okay, some of the fighting styles I just have not worked in, like, put enough thought in to know how to really make work. Excellent work. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. But yes, so one of those ones where all I encourage people to do is that if they have not voted yet, or if they vote obviously in their area, because obviously it's not just UK folks that are in hanging out with us today, it's folks from all across the world, potentially anywhere in the world. They may have elections come up. Like, I can't tell you who to vote for. I don't know who the right candidate for maybe some of your actual localized constituent needs are. I would just ask that if you do vote at the time frame you're meant to be voting at, to just do it and try and pick a candidate that with a bit of compassion towards our friends in the LGBTQIA plus community, because again, it's a situation where, like, it is possible to not put a ghoul into a position of power while still getting your constituent needs looked at and attended to. And I would just encourage, obviously, for that to be the case, because we just don't want basically society to run down and fucking ran by absolute just garbage people who will promise you the world, but in return, do our friends in the LGBTQIA plus community fucking well dirty. It's just not right. I think I figured out today that the ring light is making me drowsy. Apparently that's a thing. You use a lot. Okay, so your light, you go for very cozy light, and yellow light does make you drowsy because it's a comfortable light. Like, you go for a cozy environment. The problem is, cozy environments create for cozy attitudes. That's why, like there's like a light on the light I use, the ring light I use. There's a warmth skill that lets you put more blue into the light and stuff. The higher blue light, it kind of does give you a little bit more, keeps your eyes more awake, if you know what I mean. Apparently, a bright light shining in your eyes causes drowsiness. The warmth doesn't play into it. Really? Because I have found blue light play it into, like, I've like a bit more blue in my light, and I find that thing keeps my eyes way more awake. But I don't know. Maybe it's just osmosis or something. I don't know. Not osmosis, that's not the word. But yeah, fucking hell. Is there a solution you have for that? Because like obviously you want to still be able to stream at your own like pace and stuff without like thinking, oh, I'm just going to have a big fucking kip in the middle of your stream. Especially having a big fucking kip is good shit. It's not really ideal for sustaining a stream. I have 6 charisma coins. Okay. I don't really need some of this stuff. Bond acquisitions, I guess, okay. It's like a lot of stuff at this point, I'm kind of like, I haven't maxed it out, but I don't really feel like it's doing much benefits to me at this late in the game. As everything blue like fucks with your circadian rhythm, so it disrupts sleep. I don't know. I think if this is the cause of it, the only thing I can really do is switch to no face cam. I mean, I guess that is a... What the fuck? Knowing you just get a random, like you're just talking, you get a random message. Just one came through, say hi Stunning, and I'm like, who the fuck are you? Right. That looks like a bot. Okay, that's a bot. That is definitely a bot. Oh dear. Oh well. BRB, you gonna watch the boy A-Train style? You wanna watch it super fast? But yeah, no face cam stuff. That's interesting. Like, I don't know. Like, I also do tend to drink like an energy drink or something that's going to give me a pop of energy at the start of the stream. John says to kind of like, you know, give me some of that good, just to kind of get me out of slushy mode into like functioning mode.
No, fuck off. Can't be sidetracked with cheap sex potions.
Hey, Pork, if anything's all good in your neck of the woods. Are you going to do the Elden Ring as DLC? I am not, Tallbrick. I am not overly fussed on From Software style games for the most part. Like, I know I'm playing this, but like, I am not really fussed on the traditional sort of Soulsborne style games, so it's very unlikely I'll be playing those. Holy shit, that was wild. That was very fast. What's up with the not much, Pork, not much. Just trying to get our game in here, get some fucking missions done. Three Fingers energy drink hits me hard, like it spikes my anxiety and would keep me up for days, even if a wee shot of silver diet coke in my afternoon messes with my sleep that night. That's interesting. Is there like any other way you can get like an energy boost that's not going to fucking, like, obviously in the back of my head it's kind of like, oh, like if you do it with some regularity, your body will develop a tolerance for the actual like things, but like, you don't want to have to go that route of like subjecting yourself to terrible fucking like sleep standards for a while, or like, you know, and all that shite, just to kind of like build up like a resistance to and a regularity to the situation. Trying to say, I'm distracted to play the game of my own. Hope everyone's doing well. Hey, Jake, hope everything's all good in your neck of the woods. It's all good. You do not need to apologize. If you're just lurking and playing some games, it's always good. It's always appreciated. This reminded me of the Wukong, and let me tell you, the first level recommended boss is a lie. I heard that game is wild fucking busy and wild fucking difficult. Again, this is like, well, this is one of these games when I first rented it, people were like, oh yeah, it's a little bit Soulsborne-y, and I was like, well, that's kind of put me off. And they're like, no, but it's like that in the way of like the Star Wars games were. And when I was given the reassurance, it was more akin to like the Star Wars-esque style of like sort of Soulsborne mechanics. I was like, okay, well, those ones are not too aggravating, and I can like adjust the difficulty to suit my need if needs be. So that's not so bad. We're like, we're like, you know, when it's like actual Soulsborne games, it's like, oh, I'm fucked and I just gotta fucking get good here. No thank you. I don't have the time or patience for this. Oh fuck, is this guy again? So yeah, I was like, it's trying to think of like a solution then, John Sense. try and fucking take yourself out of that daze. Did he die? He just died there. Okay, cool. Dextro energy tablets might help. I mean, he's saying that like a fucking tin of Diet Coke pork can fuck with his sleep if he takes it mid-afternoon, because like the excessive like sugar and whatnot fucks with him that much. So like that still might be like a bit more intense than realistically he's desiring. Boss recommended is level 1, but you had to get past level 10 before I beat it. Jesus. That sounds oppressive as all hell, Talbert. That sounds fucking ludicrous levels of fucking difficulty. Like, again, for people who enjoy that stuff, more power to them, and I'm glad the Soulsborne style games exist. It's just not for me. It's just not in my interests. Yes, find a way to boost my energy or like switch into like an avatar or something. But I don't know that people click on streams without face cam as much. It's one of those things that really don't. It is one of those things where they typically don't because it's one of those things where there's a lot of faceless like streams out there that then just like some people have gotten away with it and done it, but they like got in on the ground floor streaming, so like they made their audience like that, and so their audience numbers kind of speak for like their actual ability to be like a good personality that you'll hear as you're playing. There is the PNG tuber / VTuber route. It just depends. Like you're still like here's the thing with that there, John. Since like if it's a VTuber rig, you still need your camera on for the rigging, and you sometimes will still need a light on for the rigging to capture on the camera as well. So it's not even so much that you get rid of the camera and the light, it's just that you physically aren't on screen, and so it's not going to maybe necessarily take away some of that issue. Yeah, it wouldn't be VTuber, it'd be PNG if it did. Yeah, so PNG stuff, it may have to go, if you're concerned, it maybe have to go the PNG route, because like again, the VTuber rig route is just as camera intensive realistically when it comes to the lighting and stuff. Maybe free might help. It's a natural way to get sugar. It could be. I know your boy does enjoy himself some kiwis. Maybe a quick wee kiwi, a dose of kiwi. Get you going. Your hat is ridiculous. Like that is actually just looking like someone's bucket funnel and you cut a lip off of it. But yeah, hard to say what the right solution would be, to be fair. It's a fucking coin toss. I did do Ghost of Tsushima. I fucking loved Ghost of Tsushima. So good. So fun. I went to restream it in Kiwi, skin and all. Yeah. It's your party trick, so just horrify everyone.
You made all the difference. You have my thanks.
And it appears the Demon Claw Samurai's assault on
But yeah, it's just trying to find a solution around that stuff can be a challenge. Oh, my fucking arms. Oh. One thing I loved about powerlifting is I could eat sweets during the session and not feel guilty about it. Getting them.
I'm sure they're up to something.
Getting them carbs in while you actually pumped.
Was a great opportunity to turn the tide.
We'll gather our forces and chase down the Tokugawa. Whatever orders might come our way, attacking Edo is unavoidable now.
The samurai with the demon claw will no doubt be headed there too in pursuit of Lord Yoshinobu. You are on the trail, right? What do you say to traveling to Edo together?
Am I going back to Edo? Okay, well, fucking let's go to Edo, I guess. Going back to fucking Edo. I was like, oh shit, are we like done in fucking... Well, you know, okay, I'm back to fucking Edo. Kyoto can go suck my Kyotos.
It's Katsukaishu calling the shots. We need to find out what he's planning.
Katsu is liable to take drastic measures, like a cornered rat. I'm counting on you to make contact with him in Edo. I know you can do it.
Quick sugar rush to help muscles not get sore. I did not know that was a quick way to get a good way to get muscles, like the help with muscle pain and whatnot. I was not aware of that at all, actually. There's that fucking Discord moderator again.
The Shogun's life is not in danger.
But yeah, like, just trying to think of solutions. Like, I mean, I've drunk coffee for most of my adult life and fucking all sorts, so like, these fucking monsters are just kind of like par for the fucking course for me. My fucking shoulder today, though. You're clicking. They do their business. They give me a little bit. They give me a jolt to get my ass in gear.
You will allow this? You are a samurai. Is it not your
Spikes your glucose levels. Oh, okay. Okay.
It is indeed, and that's why I have a very important job for you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of a workaround that could work for you that wouldn't fuck with your body. Because again, it's not a desire to like put your body into like fucking a fucked up like sleep schedule, fucking comfort schedule, you know, just to kind of get you back on streaming terms.
I have already told Chief Tatsugoro of the firefighters our plan. We will destroy anything useful to our enemies. When they are weakened, we'll have a chance to negotiate. You really mean to sacrifice Edo? If Edo were to become a battlefield, it would be utter carnage. Countless citizens would perish. No, this is the only way.
It's just the only way. Apparently.
The restoration is nigh, and all shall burn. The Sekihotai will see it done.
Has any polls come out for the election stuff yet, by the way? Checks BBC News to see if there's any fucking exit polls so far. Or anything. I doubt it, actually. When do they start the counts, technically? Because usually sometimes you'll get, like, X amount of seats have been already fucking bloody blah in this bloody blah. But I haven't seen anything like that yet. Yeah, we're probably way up there, actually. Nothing yet, okay. I mean, it is kind of still early. It's not even 6 o'clock in the afternoon yet, but, you know, not until 10 tonight. Fair enough, fair enough. Been wondering for months why it made me feel like I could pass out and I stop streaming and half an hour later be like, why did I stop? I could stream more. Not significantly. Look at you, I have a fucking sauna in this place. Which fucks me up. During my times during Ronin band together and to start public orders, defeat and restore public order and significant rewards. Okay, I can do that. I can do that. Oh, do I have to start going back in and stealing areas? Oh, fuck me. Did you wee willy wankers really fucking retake all of these fucking areas? It fucking hers? Oh my god. You know when I said yesterday or the other day, it's like, oh yeah, we just have like main areas to take out. We'll just fucking like steamroll the shit out of them. Well, I guess now it's time for me to go in and kill every little wee willy wanker here and fuck them up and steal my areas back. Because hey, maybe half the... yeah, I mean, it's a good thought process and a good logic, Pork, but it doesn't sound like the case, sadly. I'm just trying to think there's a way to do that there. Like, there's gotta be like a means to do it. Or a means to fix it. I mean, to be fair as well, just streaming in general, just being constantly on and constantly talking and constantly, like, micromanaging, like, your awareness of the game and your awareness of your chat and stuff are also just way more exhausting than people are fully like maybe aware of. Like this shit is not like fucking without its tiring nature. Like, I'm not trying to like do an oh woe is me, streaming is hard and all that jazz. But it's like fucking keeping up to like a reasonable degree of conversation and like fucking mental stimuli and trying to like fucking balance what you're saying to folks in region and actually engaging their fucking comments so like you actually have meaningful conversations, as well as taking the story of the game and whatnot of the thing you're playing and like trying to perform well and play to like a reasonable fucking goddamn like performance level in the game. That is exhausting. Without even factoring in like the heat of the room, the lights, the fucking everything else, it is fucking exhausting. It is not an easy thing to balance. Oh, for sure. I do have fatigue conditions, but we're talking this kicks in within the first hour. That is interesting. That is interesting. Plus, staring at a screen for hours can make your eyes very tired. That's very true as well, because you are just basically beaming light right at your fucking eyes. Look at my eyes though, it's like full on feeling like I'm about to fall asleep. And like, out of curiosity, right, the wee tin, like if you supped upon a tin of Diet Coke, right? Not like slam that some bitch right away, but I'm talking like a wee sip every like, you know, half an hour or so. Like one tin over like 5 hours. Would that not like offset some of like the absolute pure fucking exhaustion? Like, I'm just trying to think, is there like a way to moderate glucose or like sugar intake to still give you that little bit of juice world without necessarily fucking goddamn what? I'm sorry. I decline that level of bullshit, sir. Fucking Mr. fucking Gatling gun. Will not be having ye. What the fuck? Flamethrower McGee here as well? You have no head. And what is the state of ye? Google fucking discontinued you a year and a half ago? Google state of ye? Yeah, I've done that before, and it definitely helps me stream, but it does mess up my sleep that night some. So even then, it still messes up your sleep. Okay. Fucking hell. Used to be an actor in a movie, so I don't really get that performance anxiety. No. That's true. You're sort of used to those types of situations. Okay, the cannon, fucking stop that. The amount of Western technology here, you know what, actually, freaking... I'm very much not keen on the fact that these bitches are now starting to use developed Western weaponry against me. It's like, have you considered doing the thing where you go fuck oneself? Silly, stupid even. It's just one of those ones where it's just trying to find a way to kind of like limit that problem. Obviously, you'll know it works better for yourself long term, John Sense, you know? Okay, that was something I was worried about earlier, and I was trying to not get hit by again, but like, can we please stand up so I can take care of you? I actually need more ammo as well, now that I think about it. That's unfortunately not killed him. That one did, though. Right, apparently there is like 13 enemies taken down so far. Where the fuck is the other wee pack of bastards? Oh, there you are. Give you a hand? You are late to the show. I don't need your hand. I need these men dead. Whoa, bitch. Fucking get wrecked. Last one, I guess. Where the fuck is he? Alright, I'm gonna see if I can get a little sneak in here and get the drop on him. The invaluable soldier will be invaluably stabbed. Maybe you're just so relaxed in the environment that gets you so sleepy. Public order restored in Canada. Which is restored all those again, which is now I have to go back, I have to go up here now. I have to fuck up all these people in these areas. I mean, it's realistically not as much as maybe what I had to do previously, but it's still like, I already claimed all these areas, and now these dirty bitches are like, that's mine. It's like, no, it's really not though. Like, let's be real here. I suffered upon the fields of strife to fucking find all those sweet little pussies and fucking take those pictures. You do not come in acting like Billy Big Bollocks and thinking like, oh, I'm gonna fucking take over him now because that dickhead's in Kyoto. No. I'm back with my sword. You're going to feel an absolute serrated edge all across your goddamn fucking neck, you son of a bitch. When that box used to daze off before a fight? Jesus. Lethargic before a fight seems like a terrible thing to be. Just throwing that out there, but I imagine that's not the desired outcome, obviously. It's just thinking out loud. It's like, Christ, lethargic before a fight? Not the most ideal way to feel, I guess. Sweet skibbity. Alright. There's only 6 enemies here? Fantastic. Well, I'm gonna smooth in the style. Ah! One down. Skibbity. Where the fuck is the rest of these sons of bitches? Okay. Kinda may have fucked that up, but it's fine. You wanna know why? Because he has no head. Much like bitches, he has none. Okay, I don't like the fact that Yawn Boy over there is rocking the fucking flamethrower again. Right, you concern me because I don't like fire. Right, where's that wee fucking dickhead? Apparently there's still one left. Oh, okay. Well, if I can get him quickly. Once you get in the ring, your adrenaline spiked. Fair. It just seemed odd. It's like, yes, I'm going to be in a moment where I have to defend myself and be aggressive towards another person. This is the absolute prime moment to not be highly fucking like fucking peaked and ready to go. Let's skip Pibbity already. Right. Oops, clicked the wrong thing there. Where's the next part to fucking take out? Again, this is fucking absurd. What, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 these bitches I gotta murder now? Alright. Apparently I can fast travel to there though, so that makes things a little bit easier. If I can get somewhere I can just glide down and be like, ah! Coming at them just well fucking quick, I'll be happy. I mean, I guess there's also horsepower. Always being able to calm amongst chaos. I don't know why, you know. Certain people just kind of like are able to ebb and flow certain ways. Certain things just cause your anxiety, other things don't. You know, I'm just going to get off the horse because trying to navigate that was going to be a pain in the ass. Can I get the... Gonna say, can I get the jump on these bitches? Bitches leave. But sit me on a overcrowded bus or a room, my anxiety goes through the roof. That's the thing, and the anxiety just kind of... Anxiety manifests in multiple different ways depending on the individual. There's no, like... It's like, obviously there's some things that can correlate that people will be like saying, oh yeah, that's how mine goes, and there's relatability there, but I mean... It's not always, like, one-to-one or, like, totally on the... Oh, well, fuck that approach up, but that's fine. Just gonna murder him quickly. The brain is a fascinating, if not also fucking terrifying thing when it comes to how it fucking chooses to interpret certain aspects in certain scenarios, person on person, you know. I am going to die in this fire, and that is not ideal. Fuck off, fuck off. Didn't get a chance to get away. Tried to get away there and was like, nope, 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 nope. He was just going to keep the fucking pressure on me. Alright, alright, alright. Gotta come back and murder his asshole now. I'm coming in unlubed, you shit. Is it just the two of them? It's 3 of them, okay. Yep, just killed your wee fucking mate like that. And now I'm coming in for you for sweet, delicious Jenga. I mean, revenge. I think I forgot about you. The brain is fascinating, if not terrifying at times. I literally said that on stream once before, Pork. You were here. I literally said that to you on stream like a few weeks ago, if not a month ago. That man is malnourished. Is that where I got it from then? Fuck's sake. Like, 1 second, I want to hit you up with this fascinating what? You already... Oh, you're the one who told me, okay. I have been there and I have done that. You're somewhere, yeah. Let's see, do you have any upgrades? I should have a upgrade bow-wise, right? I do, weirdly, but it's not even like a fucking legendary one, which is a bit wild. Armor-wise. Okay, that's gonna start me off a little bit better. Right, who is the next fuck to get rinsed? You? Okay, and we will fly in from here. and rinse him. God damn it, though. They're like, I cannot believe that I spent all this time taking Ito, and I come back to Ito being ransacked. Where's your vein? I got this new exciting piece of information to share. I've been there, man. I've been there. But no, because I was there. I was the one that said it because, like, I remember you then having to explain the logic to another chatter because I said that there, and you understood the premise and the sort of like incredibly mindfucky nature of it, and when you heard it, then had to try and like give a better context understanding to a different chatter who literally like was struggling to comprehend the nature of the actual statement. That's how I know you heard it here, because I remember you having to do that. That's crazy. I have no record. I weirdly do. And I know exactly who you were trying to like help with it as well. You were trying to help Tailgate understand what I meant by it. So I recall me telling you all it. I recall you trying to help Tailgate understand it. That's how much I recall, man. Yeah, John Sense. Oh, fuck off, John Sense. Now you're just being a cheeky shit. Are you just sleeping, waiting for a stabbing? He was. Just waiting for a wee stab. He was just having a wee pre-kip stabbing. How can the brain name itself? I don't understand. I am glad you capped that, otherwise I would be like, God fucking damn it. How... I swear to God, the kappa is like one of the best fucking tone indicators that's been invented. Right, how do I... Guess I go for this one next because it's got a throughput here. Another cutter to chatter to cut it, the chip in. I was like, how was the way that was phrased? Like, another cutter? What the fuck does that mean? Yeah, I remember telling you that. And I also remember you having to help Tailgate, like, understand it. Because the notion of it was a little bit... The notion of it's a little bit, like, kind of like, what the fuck? Did I just... Like, one of those ones where, like, you understand it, but you're also kind of like, how does that work? And you had to help him kind of, like, get to, like, the point where it kind of galvanizes. Oops. How dare you, sir? Oh, he's gonna fucking sumo the shit out of me. It's mad how you completely forgotten that. See, I remember it because I remember, for some reason, I won't remember what I did yesterday, but I'll remember, like, moments on stream for some reason better than I will remember sometimes my own day-to-day life. mean, I'm gonna make you suck my toes. I get picked up. You picked up Korean beer discount. Cass any good? I don't think I've tried it, to be fair. Yeah, he was a big dude, wasn't he? This one's also a big dude. We got two big dudes here. But yet I remember that piece of information. Could be just the day you're having. Sometimes certain days, certain stresses and stuff will fuck with you. It happens. Did you see the new D&D books have early access as a pre-order incentive and the pre-order bonus 3D models for the virtual tabletop? That isn't. I saw that. I did see that. I weirdly saw that they are doing at least the digital versions of the books cheaper than the physical books. Like, I was looking at the pricing for as a bundle for both of them and separate bundles, if you know what I mean, like a digital versus physical versus double. And I did notice at least the fucking digital versions are about $20 cheaper than the physical copies. And I was like, at least they're doing that. That's something, at least. That I was actually looking at as kind of like, okay, that's not as egregious as sometimes fucking video game developers can be. Because that's a thing that annoys me sometimes. It's just, you know, it's like, Sony, want to buy this game digitally off our marketplace? $70. Buy the physical copy, also $70. Shit, you're not paying for like the physical printing or the plastic of the casing or the fucking booklets and stuff. It is indeed America Day. It is very much a big America Day. Folks over there having their 4th of July celebrations, while people in the UK are voting out goblins and ghouls, hopefully. But yeah, I saw like some of the digital, like it was like I'm right in thinking it was like a golden figurine or something. Like it was like if I remember right, John, since if I read it correctly, like a golden figurine off the top of my head. I could be wrong though. No one here should be celebrating. Oh yeah, well I get that there. They shouldn't be, but they probably are. Oh wait. Is that a Veil banner I can take over, or is that Veil banner? It's locked because of that, isn't it? Okay. Something like it. Yeah, I saw that there. But yeah, I was looking at him, just curious about the pricing and stuff, and I did notice that at least the digital copies of those books are cheaper if you get the digital versions of them over getting the physical versions. And then obviously there's the absolute fucking wild bundle where you pay like 180 fucking quid and you get all free digital and all free physical. But like it looks like if you were to get like just the digital books, all 3 of them digitally would just be around 90 quid. Where like all free physically be about 130 or something like that. It's America's funeral today. I think that funeral has been a slow procession for the last few years, honestly. Love like China. You celebrate by fighting Saber and Bayonet. What's Saber and Bayonet? Weapons you can equip and right. Oh, okay. So this one of those ones where you're like, yes, I'll fucking change up my weapon style to fit the mood today. Right, 4 enemies. Let's see if I can get some sweet goodness on them. You saw nothing. Oh dear. Not a problem, Pork, not a problem at all. I do not like the amount of flames going on here right now. That's not very copacetic, if you ask me. Oh, is he actually the boss? Okay. Low-key, and I want to get rid of you faster just so I can concentrate on him. Wasn't that bad. Speaking of Terry, I'm a vote. Yeah, go do your vote, Pork. Get it out of the way, dude. Board 7 or so, revolver fit. Jesus. Just absolutely unloading all chambers on motherfuckers. I have just been given a key for somewhere. Pet's dog. Yes, Supreme Court ruled that presidents are above the law. It's been a slow, agonizing death dragging out for years, but I do finally think it's over. Yeah, like, I mean, that was quite possibly the most fucking asinine decision I've seen the Supreme Court do yet. Like, we're literally watching terribly unfortunate history repeat itself, and then in like 40 or 50 years time, people are going to look at it and go, how did these lessons repeat? And it's just going to be like, it's just, no one's going to be able to, like, with any, like, fucking level of, is that still a person? That area is okay, though, right? I'm confused. But yeah, it's going to be one of those ones where, like, people are just going to look at it and be like, yeah. Wait, is there just, like, a... Right, so... stop fucking... Clear. I had to clear like 1 and fucking added 5 more. Big flamethrower energy. I'm not a fan of their big flamethrower energy. I think they need to fuck away off of it. But yeah, I've got a feeling people are going to look at those, are going to look at this like years later and go like, well, how do we explain that this lesson wasn't learned the first time during a certain period of the 40s? Near a fucking century ago? It's like, well, people are morons, I guess. But yeah, no, it's just, I looking at it from a distance, it's one of those things, I look at it from a distance and I just kind of shake my head and I'm just like, I just can't, you know. It's like, I went back and I looked at like some of the stuff. Now, I'm not saying these figures were good as like presidential candidates or politicians or anything. But I went back and I looked at like the McCain-Obama era of like political debates and campaigning and stuff. And you know, just the stark difference in sort of the respect and like borderline human decency that existed in American politics that just somehow changed and eroded in a course of like 6 years was absurd. Like, I watched McCain like talk to like one of his constituents in like a rally or something, and he publicly defended Obama, saying, look, I don't agree with him on some political manners, but he's a good human being. It's like, no fucking candidate would talk like that about their opponent these days at all. And I kind of look at it from the standpoint like, wow, I don't think I would agree with these folks being in office, nor do I think they would have made great presidents. But, you know, at least there was a level of, like, human decency in the way they conducted themselves. And now you just look at it, it's a fucking absolute sex pest, fucking bleach-haired, fucking bloated buffoon, calling the other one a sleepy, lethargic asshole, who, in fair, is a bit of a sleepy, lethargic idiot. But, you know... But, like, just the absolute stagnation of like just human decency was fucking staggering to look at. Just to see in a small period of like less than a decade, less than a decade, I would say, the absolute stagnation of human decency is woeful, it's disturbing, just downright horrifying. Yeah, we did fall significantly. All American presidents have been war criminals, so like the bar is terrible. But at least they all sort of agreed on some basic things. It's one of those things where like, at least they didn't like fucking create like I don't think there's been really any sort of decent American president, but that's because of America's fucking fucking political fucking chicanery across the world, and the way they kind of conduct themselves as a whole, as a nation, is always kind of hard to look at it from an outsider, to see America as and their presence to be any sort of positive force in that capacity. But at least the elections for the longest while look like actual, like, at least there was actually like some sort of like sensibility, some level of fucking goddamn fucking decency and respect for like people, in the sense of like manners and shit. Like, I just, it's just staggering. I don't know. And again, I am not advocating for one president or another in America, because, like, again, I am not American to begin with, so that is not necessarily my fucking forte to have knowledge on. But I do look at it from a European perspective, looking in, because, like, America sadly fucking interferes with everyone else's shit on the reg. Like, they make a point of breaching our national securities regularly, because they regularly spy on our nations and regularly collect data off of us, and also has been known to, like, operate insurgency campaigns and fucking all sorts of things. Like, American fucking foreign relations has always been sort of a shit show, and it's always kind of driven by their presidents to some extent. Yeah, it affects us. It's one of things, like, I have the opinion, but I don't speak on it from a standpoint of like I have any sort of like say in the matter, because I don't vote in the country, you know? It's more of a, like, I have opinions, but like they don't factor, my opinions don't really change or help anything, because I am at a distance. You know? It's more sort of that there, which is kind of frustrating. Elections where fairish candidates all mostly agreed and respected democratic processes. Yeah. Like, the thing I said last week, or was it last week? I think it was last week. I said last week, and it worries me just more so from a standpoint of what the fuck happens in, I worry about what happens in Ukraine. Should, like, the absolute fucking incontinent fucking idiot get into power. I could have swore he shot himself on that podium the other day when he was doing that debate. Talking about Trump, by the way. I could have swore I heard him literally at one point when it went silent shit himself. Like, it was pointed out to me by Hunter that may have happened. I went back, rewatched it. I was like, I think I legitimately heard the same thing. I think I heard him shit himself. But yeah. I worry about what he's going to do in relation to Ukraine, like, massively, because Ukraine's kind of like the holding point for Russia, and that absolute fucking massive balloon that is a potential president has openly talked about fucking defunding the fucking campaign aid for Ukraine and whatnot, which is like such a disastrous choice. But what do you expect from a fucking Russian puppet, like? Ukraine, Gaza, yeah, which I think is not to say Biden isn't complicit in Gaza, but Trump would be worse. Oh yeah, he'd be worse. He'd be worse. It's the thing is, though, is like, what's happening in Gaza is not going to change under either president, but the things with Ukraine will. Like, and I say it won't change, obviously it could get worse, but like, you know, things are not going to get better in Gaza under Biden, but at least Ukraine won't fucking get worse. Under Biden, it'll still receive its fucking funding to keep its fucking self a viable fucking goddamn fighter against Russian oppression and Russian fucking goddamn land grabbing. But I mean, Trump could take that away, and then it puts fucking Ukraine on the back fucking step, and that means then it puts Europe closer to war. And it's kind of like, if we can stop them at Ukraine, we stop a world war. We stop a fucking world war. But if we don't stop them at Ukraine, Europe goes to war, and then that slowly will draw in every other fucking nation. It will create a... Like, I don't want to be scaremongering, but like, it's a fucking slippery damn slope. Yeah. Well, I think that's to some extent, like China. I think that's what a lot of European nation states are saying now. Like, a lot of European nation states during the course of like the Cold War, for the most part, That's a big fucking enemy. A lot of European nation states have, as a result, like over the course of the Cold War, demilitarized. But with the looming threat of Russia's fucking aggressive actions in Ukraine, a lot of European states are now thinking that they need to reassess their actual like sovereign military power, and have been working towards creating a unified European army, just so it's not dependent on US protections, especially in the events of stuff like a Russian invasion. Like, I don't know if you guys are privy to our rhetoric, but we like to frame ourselves as world protectors, but our power and military strength of interfering is okay because we're good cops and we keep the peace or whatever shit. But it's always been bullshit. It only gets worse. Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? Like, funny enough, I found out, you know who American, like, the CIA and the American sort of, like, infrastructure and, like, military complex hates the most? You know who they hate the fucking most? I found this out recently. The fucking French. Apparently the French, for years, while they have not been, like, developing much in the sense of, like, actual military sort of, like, dominance through, you know, planes, tanks, maintained army fucking numbers when it comes to like units and whatnot. Apparently they're like sorry, I'm just in the middle of a fight. Always makes things a little bit more difficult to try and talk because like it's kind of like deflect, kill, while I'm also trying to talk about a nuanced subject. But apparently like the French intel. French intel, like their fucking like intel teams and stuff, are a nightmare for America because apparently their like French Central Intelligence have like kind of backdoored their way into American intelligence and constantly fuck with American intelligence for shits and giggles because like, you know, it's one of those things like, hey, you may have like more military than us, but like we will fuck with your central intelligence. Apparently they do it quite a bit. And I thought that was quite funny. Of all the fucking people, it's the fucking French. I was gonna say democratically elected leaders in countries with natural resources. But yeah, the French intelligence agencies are fucking apparently absurd and fuck with America on the reg. America blaming Russia for every intel leak. It's not even the French are the ones leaking the intel, Giz. It's just America's intel infrastructure is just being penetrated well by the French because the French have done well to do that there. Like, they've specialized in counterintelligence against the US because, you know, it's a good way to kind of like, you know, be like if you want to get an edge over a major power like the US, intelligence services is going to be a major benefit to you, and so that's what the French have been doing. If anything, you know, any sort of intel leak that America has is on America. The amount of American military fucking like schematics for like planes and fucking tanks that end up in a War Thunder forum is a joke, or a Discord forum is a joke. Like, there was a Minecraft Discord at one point that was leaking like intelligence documents. That wasn't due to Russia or anything. That was just Americans. It was just Americans doing that. Gonna have to go back to eating freedom fries. Oh yeah. Fucking freedom fries. Can't say French fries anymore. You gotta be them freedom fries. Gotta be patriotic. I thought you were gonna go for the War Thunder in Minecraft. Yeah, but I mean, it's true, right? Like, American intelligence is being eroded by Americans because they're trying to look like fucking bigwigs to children. It's like, I'm really cool. Here's this military document. It shows like major intelligence agents, like whereabouts and aliases on this Minecraft Discord. And it's just like, are you fucking shitting me? Are you fucking shitting me? Like, that shit's hilarious to me on so many levels because it's just like you're trying to look cool to children. children. It's like fucking, like, literally go look at yourself in the mirror and just evaluate yourself for a second. You were trying to look cool to a bunch of children by showing them fucking intelligence dossiers of where, like, fucking agents are currently located. We definitely won't be giving up the fries. We just gotta change the name. I mean, fries are amazing. My fucking favorite food. I love fries. They're like chips, but we call them chips here, but like they're my favorite fucking food. I love chips. They're so good, so good. Like it's one of those things I've often said this year. If I'm out on a date with someone, don't touch my fucking chips. Like, it's not cute, it's not funny, it's not you being very like silly. Oh, look at me eating some chips. No, don't fucking touch my chips. It's the only thing I care about. And if you eat my chips, I'm going to be angry, and I'm not going to want to have a second date with you. Like, these chips mean more to me on this date than the date does. Like, half the reason I agreed to this date was because I was going to get some fucking chips. Like, I don't know you well enough to know that you're better than chips, and chips have never done me wrong. Sir, I tried to get into it, but the guy said nice try and called me a loser. Fries are only a good part of a McDonald's. I would agree, 100%. I don't eat McDonald's all that often, but like, yeah, the fries are the part that I like get excited for because I love fries. Whoops, that was a bit high for my. But yeah, chips, man, I fucking love them. I fucking love them. I can't get enough of them. And again, it's one of those things where, it's one of those things where like I just can't see people try and like fucking take fries off my plate. I will want to throw down. I will want to literally throw down. It's like, don't you fucking dare. Do not fucking dare. They are my fries, you slut. Okay, so this is the only area that's technically not in our control, so I guess I've got to take over this sumbitch right here. And then we're back to missions. Like, I just fucking love fries. Also helps that McDonald's are legally pressured by EU to do fries properly. Yeah, 100%, right? Like, I had a partner who worked in McDonald's in the UK at one point, and it was a situation where, like, the EU do put a lot of, like, very specific fucking rules in place and regulations. Obviously, just on food in general. So, like, a lot of the burgers and stuff actually have to be sourced by, like, a lot of the meat patties have to be sourced by local farms and guarantee a level of authenticity that the actual meat itself is coming from, like, local farms and stuff. So, it's one of those ones where a lot of the food standards are very much dictated by EU, then end up, like, filtering into the actual, like, preparations of fast food. Places like McDonald's. Big EU win, definitely. What does properly mean? I guess preparation, also the way they source the potatoes and stuff, all that. The food preparation, the food cooking, the actual, like, ingredient sourcing and stuff, I assume, Love Like China. That's what I assumed it was. But yeah, so, like, it's one of those things where, like, learning from her, it was a situation where, like, McDonald's gets a lot of, like, has to, like, abide by a lot of policies and rules when it comes to, like, the sourcing of, like, their actual ingredients, especially, like, in Europe, because they have to be able to show that the actual ingredients are not pure processed bullshit, and that there is a level of actual animal product from the actual region being used in the actual food preparation. I'm sure what we're doing is fucked up. Hard to say. I mean, like, there's a lot of things that, like, is kind of illegal from what American food processors are able to do in Europe, in America versus Europe. Love Like China, it's probably stuff like that there, mainly. Like, I mean, a lot, like, some of your foodstuffs are, like, completely banned in the EU just because of the preservatives and additives that are used in American foods are just not allowed here because they don't usually pass like the level of like acceptable carcinogenic causing like chemicals. Like typically when you see like why a fucking a certain element or a certain thing is not legal in Europe versus America is because Europe has deemed the chemical or additive to be past the point of acceptable carcinogenically like causing additives. I mean, it's one of those things where like we'll put it this way. I mean, I think we talked about before. Right, that's what I mean by fucked up. Yeah, like it's one of those things where Ireland doesn't allow Subway to call their subs bread because the sugar content alone is so high that it has to be classified as a cake. Like shit like that there. Subway cakes. Yo, Dachi, we wouldn't wanker. But yeah, there is just elements of like American foods that just doesn't make it over here, or it can't be like. If it's over here, it's modified from the original recipe so that it replaces what is like the unacceptable like chemical is then removed at that point. There we go. That's that one done now. I guess that was a double one. Is that all of them done now? It fucking is technically nice. Right, mission wise, we have so many fucking missions to still do because sweet baby Jesus, it's like here. Remember those missions? No, well, they're here now. It's like, fuck. Now listen, why eat anything if it's not surrounded by cake? I mean, I like cake. I have a brick of cake at the ready. I'm not even joking. I have a brick of coffee cake at the ready. You know, sometimes that I'll sometimes just have a little like bite out of if I just need a little bit of like an actual brick of coffee cake. It's fucking delicious. I love cake. Don't get me wrong. But if I'm going for a sandwich, I'm expecting bread, not cake, as the thing at either end of it. That coffee cake is badass, though. I fucking love it. I didn't realize I would like coffee cake to the extent I do. Fucking love coffee cake.
We meet again. I see now it was wrong, what I did to the Shogun. Forgive me.
He had a wee flippy, did he?
So the Demon Claw Samurai is your so-called blade twin.
He's getting here.
I once schemed.
Sounds like an issue with your expectations.
This country into civil war. After the dust had settled,
I'm joking. Our food is a joke.
Would take over.
I was just about to say, like, I was about to go, like, why are you making sandwiches with cake?
I really believed that I'd be able
why is my expectation for that to not be the case the wrong expectation?
But I was blind.
So confused there for a second, like, what?
Dylan would have had Japan destroyed in a bloody war.
Like, brain slightly fucking just 404 in for a second. It's like, I'm just like,
that is why I promised to do everything.
Love Like China's lovely, but why did she say this?
Do you trust me?
I can't. Oh, fuck it, I'll trust it. I wasn't even listening, fuck it.
Thank you. You know, This is the first time we've really spoken to each other since our first meeting. Ah, that old poem. You have a good memory.
Yeah.
Had Edo been consumed by flames?
One of those ones where just, I guess when it comes down to it, there's an element of like, because I know for a fact that normal Mountain Dew is illegal over here. Like the Mountain Dew you find in the UK and the rest of Europe is a different Mountain Dew than that is in America. And again, the sole reason for that is because your normal like Mountain Dew over there does not pass legal like consumption or like fucking food laws in Europe because of the amount of carcinogenic material in it.
Using them to blow up Kaneji Temple. Kaneji is the family
We have, I think so, but I'm not sure what the exact rule is.
Those nasty retainers are likely planning to storm Edo. You must understand, Kaneji Temple is a national treasure. What do you say? Will you help me prevent its destruction at the hands of the Sekihotai?
According to Dr. Google here, apparently the laws opened up to allow for more high fructose corn syrup in our products, and that was back in 2017.
Every second counts.
So
I'm heartened to know we can count on you.
it's looking like that's not the case. But that's according to Dr. Google here. But like there is laws here and like a lot of like laws in Europe in general to try and deter the consumption of like more sort of sweeter drinks, like normal non-diet Cokes or normal like zero versions of Cokes and stuff, for example. So, and how they usually go about that there is that they kind of market or price up the actual cost of the bottle of Coke by like an extra 20 or 30p. So they put like a sugar tax on them to sort of dissuade you from purchasing those more typically higher sugared drinks and whatnot. But it's one of those things where it was Regis for a while, but it's not. I don't think it's the high fructose corn syrup that's the cause of China. I think it's something else. It must be something else. But like,
indeed,
in its current state,
say
Mountain Dew is illegal in Europe because it's carcinogenic, or it's carcinogenic to the point where it's still considered too much of a risk for like regular consumption. Which is a shame. Which is actually a shame because I want to try Baja Blast, because I've heard people just talk about Baja Blast and I'm like, I want to drink it. I want to try it with vodka. I want to try it with rum. Like I want to try it by itself, but then I also want to mix it with alcohol. I want to see what the Baja Blast like craze is all about. Because like I see Curious Blue Liquid and I'm like, Curious Blue Liquid, I want to try that. At least Suntory drinks are legal. I mean, Suntory's Japanese, right? I think I've had one of their whiskeys. You know what I really want to try, though? Strong Zero. I wouldn't mind getting my hands on some Strong Zero. But, like, I've looked into it, and, like, Strong Zero is, like, stupidly fucking expensive to import. It's called the Gaijin Killer, if I remember correctly. I wanted to buy a Japan Kit Kat today, but I've gotten some given to me. Some lovely folks who have been to Japan have brought me back, like, variations of, like, the Japanese Kit Kats, and they've all been, like, interesting. If not incredibly lovely, at least interesting. I'll bring you some Baja Blast next time over. I will love you from here to eternity. Because I want to try what this Baja Blast is like. I need to know what is so good. Because everyone talks about like Baja Blast like it's some like next level fucking soda. And I'm like, I need to try it. It might give me cancer, but I want to try it. $4 for is not a lot from what I can tell. The totally really have everything. It might explode. The pressurizing and depressurizing might make it explode. So while it's a lovely thought, it could end up being it might not make it in one trip. No, it might be a situation where it ends up. It might end up being screwed over. This is a big lad, made in London, owned by Suntory. What's that? Sorry. What specifically is made in London, owned by Suntory? Are we talking about a Kit Kat or something else? I thought Kit Kat was Nestle. I can't help with a description. I haven't tried most of the alternative Mountain Dew flavors. That's fair. That's fair. It's not even like I've heard any sort of apt description of it either. Love Like China. It's more so I've just like seen like people talk about it regularly. Like it's almost like just off, like, you know, like just second nature. They'll mention it. And then I'm just like, that seems interesting. I want to try this elusive drink that I've not been able to. Here, 1 second. Here, I have a bomb barrel. I almost got myself killed her. I got myself killed her. Nice. But it's one of those things where it's like, okay, I want to try the odd blue drink, but then I also want to try putting vodka in the odd blue drink or rum in the odd blue drink. Like, I want to try the odd blue drink, and then I want to start fucking with it. Suntory, all of the fucking alcohol at this point. All of their alcohol is made in London? Really? Or am I imagining things? Am I misinterpreting this now? I feel like I'm very much misinterpreting what you're trying to say, Giz, and I'm sorry. Like, I'm just trying to get. I feel like sometimes when you have like multiple conversations at once, trying to understand and keep like, trying to keep things in perspective can be difficult. I want to get the jump on him this time though. We stabs. But I've yet to have my pure gamer moment, Love Like China, with like a bag of Doritos and a Mountain Dew while saying the N-word on a Call of Duty lobby. I've yet to have my pure gamer moment. And I know I can't have that pure gamer moment until I have a packet of Doritos and a fucking Mountain Dew while I'm saying the N-word in the COD lobby. This time I'm not going to stand in the explosions when I do that. Okay, no, I don't want to enable that pure gamer moment. You read it. I need you to know for context. I have no desire to actually do that. It's just a stereotype I like to take the piss out of. Suntory, okay, I already read that. Apologies, my fucking brain's sludge. But yeah, I don't plan on actually doing that. If I wanted to be an incredibly fucking awful human being and just say awful things, I don't need a Baja Blast and a packet of Doritos to do that. I just need to say what my dad says, which is stuff that I just don't plan on doing. I feel like my dad's been having pure gamer moments his whole life. Jim Beam, I think, still own. I don't remember if they owned Whitbread bread, but one of the brands at this point. They own a lot of spirits. Really? Jim Beam of all people? Interesting. I did not know that.
Enemy ahead.
Of all the drinks manufacturers, Jim Beam. Jim Beam is a Suntory brand? Legit? I'm actually kind of shocked.
Come on.
I've had Jim beaten for 10 years now. I did not know that. I did not know that. I need to get myself some of that sweet, like... I'm half tempted after I've done, like, fighting these lads to check to see if I can get some strong zero. Because, again, I want to try... I've heard it's referred to as the Gaijin killer because, like, people visiting the country or foreigners who've moved over there think they can drink heavy and know what they're doing, and then they have, like, a can or two of strong zero, and it fucking absolutely wipes them out. And I want to see what that feels like, or I at least want to, like, I feel like I want to test the reality of it. Like, I don't want to be I don't want to, like, basically show my hubris and think I'm better than it, but I would be lying if I didn't say I was curious to see how strong they were and how much a tin could affect me. So, like, there is a part of me that's kind of like, I want/need to have a strong zero. Barry Corvizor is Campari since what? What? That is a massive amount of money. 1.2 billion? Jesus Christ. From Suntory, obviously. Of course. No, you're not using that cannon on me. Whoa, 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 whoa. Less of that. I think I got in there pretty fucking well and avoided that absolute hellhole of a cannon. Although, apparently I'm missing someone. Okay. Come on out here, you rapist. Just channel my inner Vince McMahon here. Which is ironic as that man comes off of that statement and in years gets fucking allegations against him for being an actual dirty bastard. A potential rapist, to be fair. Okay, so I'm led to believe that there's someone here that needs to be fought, and I can't find him. Yeah, it says 40... are they up above me? Do I need to go up that pagoda and then fly over? Is that what it is? Oh no, it's that dickhead right there. I didn't see you, mate. I flew in, so I clearly ignored you when I was coming in. That's on me. What? Who said that? Mate, with enough lube, I can take anyone. Okay, who came jetpacking in there? Whoa, 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 whoa. That's that. Jesus. Oh, of course, big guy, huge guy, literally tallest guy in the room comes to join him. Okay, well, just getting my wee bum handed to me here.
You will be punished.
If I could try and do.
Damn it.
Big son of a bitch won't stop. How many people is there? How many? Fend off Wu?
I'll be back for your head.
He's gonna be back for my head.
Wait.
Yeah, my head's impeccable. You'll be back for more than that. Right.
Well,
strong.
It seems that our work here is done. Toshogu Shrine is safe and sound.
480 a tin. That's expensive for what it is.
But I expected as much.
480 a tin is a bit.
Tell me, Mr. Sato. That Yukawa fellow said this was all your plan.
And indeed it was. For I was once blinded by my excessive love for this country. Indeed, culture of Japan is a marvelous thing. To think that I came so close to destroying an invaluable piece of it. I wonder, do you think I can redeem myself?
I don't know. Man, I'm trying to buy alcohol online. I don't know what you can redeem. Redeem these nuts, I guess.
Glad to hear you say that. May your presence continue to give me strength. However, my first order of business is to safeguard against a possible retaliation. I should be safe at the manor in Takanawa. You know, I have many valuable belongings there. Paintings and scrolls and other curios I've collected from all over Japan. In fact, you should really come by.
540 a tin.
Quite the connoisseur.
That's a 350 milliliter tin. That's painful. Price-wise, that is actually painful. Like near 550 a tin. I could fucking scream. Like I want to try it, but like not at that price. Like that price is like kind of at the point of like unbearable. It's like buy 6 and get 30% off. I think if I'm buying 6, I want to get 50% off. Never mind 30. It's like, oh yeah, spend like fucking close to like near $40 on 6 tins of booze. We'll give you 30% off though. It's like, oh, I don't know. Maybe if he was attacking the Shogun in a tempo of coup d'etat. Like, you're pointing out specifics. He doesn't want to deal with specifics. God damn, there's so many. Apparently. I think if I keep on my pace, I might complete this game on Saturday. No, wait, I don't stream Saturday. Tomorrow. I might complete this tomorrow, but, like, that's a big if. I don't know if I will. Thank you very much for the retweet right there, Shan. You're a sweetheart.
Thanks to you, I'm right as rain again. Just look. Like this and this.
I think if I wasn't doing all the side missions, I'd probably be done faster. Well, it's one of those things where, like, I can't help but look.
Huh? So, while I've been resting, I've had a lot of time to think. Once all this is
But it's one of
over,
those things where I can't
I
not
want to
do
take
it.
that trip to America. See, my friends continued fighting for our beliefs, for a new dawn, even when I couldn't. That's how I know Japan will be all right without me. So I want to travel around America and see everything it has to offer. I think everything's pretty much settled down now. Well, I thought so, but I suppose I was wrong. But still, I'm not worried about our future anymore. With you, Katsura, and Katsu around, I know our country is in good hands. Not right away, of course. I'll wait for things to get a little more quiet. The truth is,
Where every side mission has personalities large as life. Yeah, like the side stuff's good. Like, this is the thing.
Have our own path to walk.
It's one of those things where, like, the side content's good, so I don't want to skip it for that either, because I feel like I'm getting a little bit more Like, I've learned to kind of really love Ryoma in this because of the size stuff.
You're my counterpart, after all. I just have one last thing to ask you. Will you spar with me?
Spar?
Think about it. We've known each other all this time, but never once properly dueled.
This could go bad for you, but
I
okay.
can't be walking around with a sword in America. Let me put the samurai part of myself to rest. Huh? Let's do it at the place where everything began. The place where we first met. The magistrate's estate in Yokohama. So how about it? Care to go around?
Of course.
Good answer. Let's go.
See, little story beats like that there I quite like. Wasn't expecting him to say spar with him, though. And now I've got to rinse him. Now I've got to absolutely rinse Ryoma. Is that a dickhead with a megaphone? It is a dickhead with a megaphone. Hunter, thank you very much for the retweet if you're out there. I love you to pieces. Dickhead with a megaphone telling people to vote for certain people. It truly is election time. I mean, it's only 7 o'clock my time now, and if I go to 12, maybe I'll complete the game today, but I highly doubt it.
Crystal clear. We walked all the way here, didn't we?
You tell me, Giz. Is it possible? Is it likely?
It was only yesterday.
And if you can't tell me, I totally understand and respect that.
Don't hold back.
I won't hold back. Wait, I thought we were just doing fists, but okay.
Give me everything you've got. Let's see if I can handle it. As I thought. Maybe have rested up a little bit longer.
Probably not, but hey, we're getting closer. I'm getting closer.
No better than anyone, but I'm far from beaten. I feel alive. I don't even want this to end.
Oh, that was brutal. Get up.
You got me. Crossing swords with you really brings home how strong you are. Well, now that I fought the strongest warrior around, I can go with no regrets. This is the end of Yoma Sakamoto, the Japanese samurai. From now on, I'm Yoma Sakamoto, citizen.
By the way,
of
just a casual 30-kilometer walk to Yokohama. It's casual, it's a breezy one. Hey, Tilligate, you keep well because I would tell you you're looking well.
Besides, it's not like I can carry it around with me in America.
Did Ryoma go to America in
Saying
history?
They have over there. It's always darkest before the dawn. It might feel dark now, but I believe Japan's new dawn is close at hand. If we work together, I know we can iron out these last few problems. And once we do, I can head to America with my conscience clear and mind at ease.
Like, I'm kind of curious now. Did he end up going
That's the spirit.
to America? Alright, that's the spirit. Actually, he dies that one time he was supposed to be dead, but lived. Sorry, you confused me. So was he meant to die way earlier in the game? Like, historically speaking? Have they done a wee thing where it's like, oh, we kept you alive longer than you really fucking should have, you little bitch? He dies in 1670. Oh, 1677 or 1867. Jesus, trying to say words there were. That was difficult for me, admittedly. So many guns. Doing fine, got an upgrade iPhone 15 2 days ago, and it was long due an upgrade. I'm glad you got a wee upgrade. Always good. Always fucking good. Fresh new phone for a fresh new perspective. I say new perspective, but you know what I mean. Just a fresh feeling with just new stuff. It's Bond related, so as I understand. Ooh, okay. Right, next one. This mission we'll go do here, which is or here. So many fucking little missions to do. It's like, oh yeah, just keep going off the main missions, and then 500 people are like, I want to be your friend now, and I'm like, fuck, well, don't blame me, big lad. I guess let's go. Why is that so high?
He's beyond listening to reason. In fact, he's even gone so far as to drive us all out from the outpost. Katsu mentioned something about Saito willing to help. However, it appears Lord Katamori has called him away. This is when Katsu is trying to prevent an all-out battle for Edo. Should the Shinsengumi wage war, I fear that all his efforts will have been wasted. We may have to stop.
That has piqued the curiosity in myself.
They're already stocking up on heavy artillery. Getting involved now would surely result in retaliation. That said, with your help, we might stand a chance. I beg of you, talk to Hijikata.
Hard to say. Leave it to me. Also finished first season of X-Men's 90s show, and probably one of the most openly left-leaning shows I've ever watched. Yeah. It's one of those. It's always been kind of that. Like, it's been like a show that's had elements of it very heavily like influenced and like essentially like inspired by the events of like civil rights movement and whatnot. It's a very left-leaning show. Always kind of has been. So yeah. Love social commentary still feels relevant today. Yeah, I mean that stuff like it's whoa. You feel like you're about to get ready to take out one dude and like 5 more jump out of nowhere. It's one of those things where like the stuff that they talk about and sort of like the issues they face and they talk about, sadly, never really went away. Like truly went away. Like we as a society have just evolved that those issues kind of are always relevant, but just slightly mired and like changed and reflect just a different aspect of society while still having the same lesson, the same cognitive sort of social issue being prevalent. Just changed, basically just remuxed a little bit. Because like in the last like 60 odd years, we really haven't gotten that much better as a society. Like we've kept strides, but we're not the ideal that we sought to be like 50, 60 years ago. But it's a great TV show though. Honestly, the 97 series is probably the best thing I've watched this year all around. Phenomenal. So I'm excited for you to get through all of those series and then into 97, because 97 was just so fucking good.
You'll have to go through me first.
I realistically should probably be using some of the environmental stuff a bit better to try and help here. Oh, fuck. I think the worst Creators episode of the first season was the Morlock episode. Yeah.
I'll defeat you this time. For my
That episode's a bit fucking wild. Get redacted, I guess. I may have to go back and rewatch that again. The enemies near. Oh, there it goes. Say, why can't I use that? I finished Fallout today, by the way, Giz. I promised, I got through Fallout. Really fucking good. Really fucking good. The one with the woman who wants to use Cyclops. Yep. Yep. And to think this was like a fucking children's TV show. Woo, I did not see you up there. Got through Fallout today, watched the latest episode of The Boys, so I'm up to date with that there. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I need to catch up on. I know we were talking about shows the other day. Giz, can you remember the one you were recommending me after Fallout? That and the woman in Storm having a fucking lightsaber duel because 90s. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Get off that cannon. Okay, I don't like the fact that cannons keep coming into play when I'm trying to attack Yawn Boy if I fucking... Right. I almost died there, which was very annoying. One piece! Yes, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Because I was sitting there today thinking like, oh fuck, I finally got free thing. I'll need to get on to what Giz was saying to it, and then sure enough, your boy forgot what the fucking show was. So many shoot what the fuck moments in the Morlock episode. Made live action animations look anime without ruining actual live action while ensuring phenomenal acting. It's really weird but really fun. I'll have to have a look at it. Because now that's me finally caught up in Fallout, and I'm up to date with The Boys. It's like I want more stuff to watch where I can. Like, I struggle sometimes to watch things, but I feel like I'm in a mood to watch stuff, so I'm kind of like, well, if I've got the energy and the mental capacity to do it, I might as well try and get some stuff watched or out of the way and done and dusted, you know? And, like, it's easy for me to go back and rewatch things that I've already watched before. To me, that almost kind of doesn't count, because, like, if I've already watched it before, it feels like the amount of mental effort to rewatch something is less than maybe watch something that's brand new and it's got 100% my attention, if you know what I mean. So I'll have to check that out. Who's this, Big Jamoke?
We can't back down now. I want
Oh, him?
not to get in the way. You couldn't possibly understand how it feels. For all my foreign comrades. Owe it to me. Carry on Kondo's legacy.
Get wrecked. So yeah, I was actually kind of shocked by how like good the actual final episode of Fallout was. I was like, oh shit! Actually, you managed to make this like work in such a way where there's like still some questions need to be answered, and it's perfectly set up for a season 2, but also at least address some of the actual questions that were burning inside of me when it came to like, how are you going to make this pay off for the end of the season? I was like, oh shit, they actually managed to do it really well. They actually managed to like find that space and satisfy like a level of curiosity without feeling like I've been shortchanged. 90s show version of Apocalypse is so much cooler than the live action movie. Oh fuck it. Apocalypse and live action movie was shite. I remember, I don't think I've watched, I think it was a Days of Future Past or something. One of those ones where like, fucking, I saw like screenshots or like maybe a clip or something of it, and I was like, eh.
I think we should look for the answer to that question together, Hijikata.
Now I got the fucking X-Men theme stuck in my head. Not a bad thing though, you know, but...
It seems I need to calm my mind. We won't start a fight for selfish reasons. That is my promise as the vice captain of the Shinsengumi. I shall now go and calm my troops. They must be pretty worked up. But remember, all of us fully intend to fight and die, like true samurai. So the next time we fight...
Same, yeah, see, I didn't like it either. I didn't like him either.
Until then, if you have any business to discuss with us...
But like the fucking, the cartoon stuff's been fantastic. Fantastic. Like, I'm keen to see where it can go. Like, I really want to see, like... I know they're working on season 2 already, I'm like, fuck yeah. Let's see where this fucking goes. I am loving it. I am like a McDonald's Happy Meal. I am loving it. Where is the... Yes, it's over here. As I said, I need to go check to see if I can like upgrade some of my technology. And having 90s X-Men theme stuck in it. Oh, the same. You on the same and the aspect of having the theme stuck in it. It's so good. There's some really good like metal versions and stuff out there as well that I got stuck in my head. Like there's a band that done like covers of like 90s cartoons and stuff, but in metal things called Power Glove, and they had an album called Saturday Morning Apocalypse, and they do a version of the X-Men theme, and it's just fucking incredible. I do. Quite the collection, don't you worry, son. So technically I've got everything now, right? Detection range is all good. Finally got that last one, so that means I have... Which is the number of strat and earthware balls, and as well as number of... oh, cool.
I have a hunch you will be back again.
But yeah, Saturday Morning Apocalypse, great album. Great album. Such a good, just get it right in your fucking, just right into your mouth. Or yours, sorry. Incredible fucking album. Oops, failed out. You've mastered combat of Velar. Cool. Cool. Don't know what that means, but cool. The Night Raven. That sounds cool. The Autumn Current. Is there any other ones I can do it too? No? Fair enough. At least not for that blade anyway. Dex points. I need more arrows. Where's the one where arrows come in? Yeah, no, I don't have enough charm points for that, so that's fine. No, I get it. Let me fucking get on to the next thing. At this point, I'm just putting points wherever I can fit them in. I think the first time I got exposed to X-Men stuff was the 90s Spider-Man cartoon episode at the cross. Yes, I think it's like, what was that, Wolverine? I want to say that's Wolverine that ends up showing up, if I remember correctly. Could be wrong about that, though. Great fucking episode though. Man. So it's one of those things that makes me kind of want to go back and watch those like X-Men slash Spider-Man original fucking series and stuff now.
So you came.
I did came, but to talk to someone else.
I'm over here.
I think the villain in that episode is one of the
Hugh.
Beast's former colleagues.
Leave us for now.
Trying to remember who that is
One
now.
moment, Lord Katamori. I believe I found the perfect blade for this mission. I'd like to take them with me, if I may.
Right.
You may be right. Very well. I leave the matter in your hands.
Rumor has it Kondo's head is to be displayed at the Sanjo-Gawara execution grounds in Kyoto.
Okay.
If that be true, it could serve as the spark which sets the Shinzengumi to revolt. It would make a mockery of Kondo's dying wish. He told us that, should he be killed, he did not want his head to be displayed in public.
Only Lord Katamori and I know. Were Hijikata to get wind of this, I believe he would not be able to contain his rage.
I think my news was to be yeah, pretty much, yeah. Like 100%. Like that is very much an archetype and influence on the writing of Magneto's character inside that series. You're 100% spot on with that one.
We strike at the first chance.
Like, you're like 100% on the mark with that. Oh, I'm leaving the missionary apparently. Okay.
You're finished, Shinsengumi scum!
I'm just like anyone's Hortoman essentially. Shinsengumi, fucking anti-shogun. Whoever's got a better barbecue basically at the minute, I'm there.
Right. Let's examine the bucket.
Okay. It's saying examine the bucket. Alright. Is there a head in it?
Empty. It's only bait.
Just the two of you? And there I was hoping.
Got the right thing. Japanese history decided by ribs, yeah? Man, I like a good rack of ribs, RL, you know? Oh, he's gonna mince me here.
Your head to the execution ground, where you can stay with Kondo. You're stubborn.
I love perfectly cheesy some villains schemes are in the 90s X-Men show. Oh, it's definitely like, it's one of those things where, because again it's the 90s and it was a kid's show, there's like, it's gonna have that flavor of cheesy, over the top, somewhat even like very silly and absurd, but like it's weirdly charming. There's just something about the time frame that makes for oddly charming entertainment. We are mighty warriors, poets, and diplomats who will shape our nation. Try these onion rings.
There was one other thing I promised, Kondo.
And a good barbecue sends me a long way into happiness. Like, I enjoy a good barbecue. I enjoy a good rack of ribs. I enjoy a good fucking chicken skewer. I enjoy a good burger, a good sausage. I enjoy. I'm gonna have to whack him off, aren't I?
Prepare yourself.
He's a bit wild on, isn't he?
impressive.
Is it though?
I knew you wouldn't make this easy.
Gonna have to do this mission on midnight difficulty in a week or two. Really? Are you just going through the game again in like a higher difficulties each time? The last episode where Master Mold wanted to replace his brain of all leaders with computers and went, that's so fucking cheesy, I love it. Of course I am. I'm almost halfway through. Holy shit, okay. Fair play. You have a heavy commitment that I respect.
To what end? I knew not. But Kondo recruited me as I was, and showed me a path to follow. Kondo, were we not both searching for a meaning behind the sword?
True.
I hardly expect you to forgive me for my actions. If you are going to kill me, know that I am fully prepared to receive your blade. Only do not revere what you saw today. In the next world, I hope that I can apologize to Kondo for breaking my promise.
I noticed a lot of 90s cartoons did this dystopic future scenario episodes. It was very much like a holdover from sort of like Cold War era sort of like fear and sort of, you know, that level of just like barely like below the fucking like boiling level of just tension. They kind of always framed those sort of devices and that sort of style of storytelling and whatnot that like ends up being explored a lot in the 90s, where like it tends to simmer off and feel a little bit less fucking real. Hey, Simply Streaming, we're playing some Rise of the Ronin. Hope you're keeping well. I can tell you're looking well. We're just going through the side missions here bit by bit before we go back into main missions. So we're just knocking off what we can here, there, and everywhere. Hope you're having a wonderful day in your neck of the woods. But yeah, like, so when it comes to like dystopian style, like future episodes and stuff, like they're like, especially like early 90s, like they're coming off like the back of like the Cold War, where a dystopian hellscape was like always feared and potentially about to happen at a moment's notice, with like the sort of like, you know, tensions of nuclear armaments being so heavily fucking in play at the time. So when you kind of move into the 90s, you feel that sort of level of fear and level of like rising tensions not being so real that it feels uncomfortable to talk about inside of like kids' TV shows, that then you can actually explore the narrative a little bit more with a little bit like sense of ease and a little less tension. So you do tend to see that in sometimes like in like 90s like 90s cartoons, 90s TV shows, 90s like movies and stuff.
Back, are we? We've been hard at work with Master Kano since you last saw us.
But X-Men's like cartoon done it so well because it made it feel so just like low end, not low end, but like just like cheesy absurdity that was kind of like tacky, but in a good way.
We're ready whenever you are.
Oh Jesus, okay. Lad, you just gave me a fiery weapon. Apparently that doesn't matter though, he's going to shoot me in the back of the head. Okay, I am getting fed up with you fucking having at me with that fucking rifle of yours? Fucking dude give me the business with his fucking rifle for 2 seconds. I think I forgot about you.
As a martial artist, I can't simply sit back and watch.
No more than we expected.
Someone else jump into the fight, really? Bastard, bastard, bastard. No! Okay, this little fucker's doing really well against me. Ah! He was tough though the first time, so it doesn't shock me.
Finally, an opportunity to test my limits.
Get wrecked. I remember when X-Men 87 came and the usual idiots were like, the show's too political, and I'm like, did you fools even watch the original cartoon? Fucking didn't. I really fucking didn't. That stuff was always there. You and I know this, but like they like to pretend this stuff didn't exist prior. I look exactly like your professor at university. Out of curiosity, Simply Stream, what do they teach? Like, what is their specialty subject?
At least we put up more of a fight this time. Ito?
Right. We don't have time to dwell on our losses anyway. Not if we've got the betterment of this nation to worry about.
Thank you, Master Kano.
Game theory, that's cool. That's very cool.
Made excellent headway. Thanks to you.
Like, you have to, if you have time, like, let me know how, like, break that down for me. Like, are we talking, like, game theory in a sense of, like, driving factors and storytelling in today's modern gaming versus previous gaming, and how the actual nature of, like, games are elaborating on storytelling devices versus what they used to? Or are we talking, like, something a bit more, like, in sort of like the game design philosophy and how it actually, like, you know, rising trends of video games and what actually makes a video game more popular, or that they actually be able to track trends of styles such as like the rise of Soulsborne versus that of, like, you know, roguelite? Like, I'm so very curious as to what that could be.
I think it sounds like a splendid idea.
John is the actual professor teaching games. I wish I was that intelligent. If they did actually watch the show, they likely didn't get the deeper themes. I think it's more of a reality is that when you're younger, you don't necessarily understand the sort of pseudo-political fucking aspects of the actual material tailgate, but then when they got older, they became suddenly aware of political influences on, essentially on, you know, the material itself, and then find that their politics didn't align with maybe what the actual, like, realities of what the actual material was. And so with their, like, jaded perspective and nostalgic glasses, they forget about the pseudo intellectual / left-leaning themes of the show versus their actual, like, growing desires to see sort of political right-leaning policies and beliefs inside the shows they thought they had when they realistically hadn't. It's more about the tactical side of things, like war. Interesting. So, like, are we talking like the game console war, as in, like, you know, the sort of look at it from perspective of trends as well as the execution of certain, like, ways that strategies of, like, big publishers and developers and game console makers like Sony and Microsoft do to try and one up each other? Or are we talking about, like, war as in the strategy of how, like, the video games depict war and depict sort of real life actual historical events inside their games and how real wars affect the actual storytelling? Nothing to do with games. Okay. I'm curious then where this goes even further. I am very curious to see how this goes. They're like, old stuff is too nostalgic. I can't criticize it. anything is merits criticism, right? You can go back and you can look at anything that you once enjoyed, and for one reason or another, have a fresh perspective on it and have a informed perspective on it based on what you have understood, what the acceptable terms, themes were of the time versus how society has evolved. That is always a thing you can do. It's like when we go to play Duke Nukem Forever, which is a incredibly poor aging game, even at the time of its release. Even at the time of like Duke Nukem Forever coming out, it was already too old. It was already like past its sort of era of game. Like we are going to see when I play through that game as part of our fundraiser incentive, that game, even at the time of its release, aged like feckin' milk. Oh, Forever is so fucking fucked. Like, terrible. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, if we raise the money, we'll do it. Raises money. It's like, why did you... Oh, no, oh, no, oh, no. Why did you do this? I mean, I appreciate the fact that we managed to raise a load of funds for a wonderful cause. It's just more of a, oh, goddamn, I've got to do this now. At least it's not ingesting viscous liquids like I used to. Because that was, an old incentive used to. It was in 1997, it was. It was meant to be the actual proper sequel to Duke Nukem 3D. But then between the time of, 97 and 2010 on its release day, there were several other Duke Nukem games that came out, but none of them made by, in-house 3D realms. It was kind of like other studios and other developers making other Duke Nukem games that weren't really the direct sequel to 3D. Where, Duke Nukem Forever was meant to be the quintessential sequel to Duke Nukem 3D, and as a result, it's one of those situations where it still has the sensibilities of, 90s, humor, style, substance, and gameplay, but released in 2010, which is just so fucking jarring when you look at, what game design was back in the 90s for a first-person shooter, as well as what the humor and acceptable sort of fucking acceptable good sort of good, I don't know, goodwill is the right term to put it, but just standards in media essentially. According to my game theory, is everywhere. It runs society, and even games use it. Wait, are we talking? Are you my professor in disguise? Because this resemblance is uncanny. I can assure you, I am not your professor. I'm an Irish lad. I don't know if you're Irish, simply streaming, but I'm an Irishman. So I don't know. I can assure you, I don't work for a university. I do not teach on any sort of academic level. I wish I did, because then that would mean it'd be an interesting, fun, and probably a bit more of a life-fulfilling job if I was doing so. You're Australian? Well, then there you go. I can give you reassurances that I am not your teacher. I am literally in Belfast, Ireland right now. I am the other side of the world. So no, I am not your professor. I don't have a twin, no. I was born, raised, and have always been a single entity, birthed solely by myself. I do not have any twin or any other cousin, or I don't have any family that would have been my age or that I'm aware of in Australia. So... I think it's intriguing that I have an Australian counterpart out there that looks quite like me and is a university professor. I think that's intriguing. But no, I can assure you that is not me. This second's gonna pull this man into a hedge and stab him. I'm not scrappy, but first should have done what the last Battletoads did. The point that Duke is not popular nowadays. In the 90s, have Duke become a better person with the course of the game. It was one of those things where, the developers of Duke Nukem Forever weren't exactly great people in on themselves. if I remember correctly, they're not great people. And it ended up being like, I believe like Randy Pitchford ended up getting involved, and then Gearbox Entertainment had to finish the game, which then brings upon its own levels of like fucky-wucky sort of dubious sort of merit in regards to that, because I mean, Randy Pitchford is alleged to be a not great human being as well, so there's a whole fucking shit show around that. Of course it leads to Randy, yeah. So there's a lot of weirdness around Duke Nukem Forever. The only hidden passage you're going to see me is when I come out and stab you. Well, the theory is that everyone has a doppelganger must be true, and you have one in Australia. I've been told I have one. I've been told I've had one in America. It's interesting now because I have one in Australia. I'm intrigued. So I it's one of those ones where it's like, it's intriguing because like this individual sounds like he has a very eclectic level of education, and like see when you said, the funny thing is, right, see when you said it was your history, or not history, sorry, it was your university professor, I was curious because at one point I was studying to be a history teacher, so it was kind of like going to say, he's like, huh, that's really funny, a person that apparently looks like me is a university professor. If you had said history, I would have been like, what the actual fuck, you know, it would have been one of those things where I would have then started being a bit concerned, a bit freaked out, because I would have been a bit too almost a bit too perfect, if you know what I mean. I'm getting shot, which is like not very cash money of those guns, if I'm honest. But yeah, it leads back to Randy Pitchford, because Randy Pitchford used to be an employee, funny enough, an employee of 3D Realms at one point in his career, and it's a situation where he then obviously brings the game in under Gearbox Entertainment and finishes it, gets it past the finish line. But like, it's one of those ones where Randy Pitchford has been alleged to have had some dodgy circumstances in his career and in his life, and I do not want to get into it, but I'm just going to say that Randy Pitchford does not have a glowing reputation inside the industry or in general. Well, he teaches game theory in Cold War, which is history. Oh, god damn it. My specialization in history was Cold War. God fucking damn it. Okay, that's starting to get a little bit freaky. Like my like sort of like pseudo love and sort of like interest in history was the Cold War period sort of politics, which is fucking wild. Like there was two like aspects about history I loved. It was Revolution Russia, because you know, the rise of Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks and stuff, and sort of like the season of power towards the end of World War I always found fascinating. And then also like Cold War Europe, Cold War Europe and Cold War Asia after World War II, I always find fascinating as well. You're saying, "Oh my God," which is starting to worry me now. Is this man living my life elsewhere in Australia? I ain't getting poisoned right now. I hope you like this professor. I hope this professor is a good person, by the way. Where is the TVA from Loki? I am not sure about that one because I have not watched Loki. Glitch in the Matrix. God. Again, I hope it's one of those things. I hope it's a person. I hope as a professor he's a good person. You're not going to offend me if he's not, and you say he's not. Like, I'm not going to tell on you. Like, I don't know this guy, right?
You're here.
But it's one of those ones
Did you
where
have to bring the enemy with you?
Found you, Sato. You'll pay for betraying us.
they're multiversal time cops. Oh, I see. Okay. I did not know that. See, I've not watched the Loki series, so I wasn't sure. He's fun. Group me with this girl I like every single time. Looks like he's doing you a solid. Does he know this here, and is he being like just a solid lad to help you out? Maybe I think he knows. Okay. So he's trying to be a bit of help to you, give you opportunities to fucking get to know the girl and get the girl to know you. That's cool.
How could I fail again?
I'm glad he's a professor you enjoy. I had a professor. I had several professors when I was in uni that I fucking hated.
As you can imagine,
Fucking hated. Could not stand.
Those assassins appear to be acting on the Demon Claw Samurai's orders. It seems my betrayal has been quite the bitter pill to swallow.
The bitter pill indeed.
Even so, my resolve remains firm. No matter how many times they strike at me, I refuse to give in. Although the cruelty of that villain is not to be underestimated.
Or I'll protect you, I guess, there,
Not easily intimidated, are you? Well then, I shall take you at your word. As for myself, I have no intention of giving up. I must continue to pour everything into preventing further violence. As an interpreter, I have many contacts, you see. And though I cannot fight like you, I am confident that I will have a role to play. So, let us work together to protect Edo. Nay, all of Japan.
I must say, you two have become very friendly while I've been away dealing with the remnants of the Kurosu.
Yes, you could say that.
Well, since we're all here, anyone up for tea time?
Kinda hungry. I could go for something to eat, but we'll do it after the stream. The beauty of friendship. Right. What is our next mission? That one's in Kyoto. This one is in Edo. We're in Edo, right? Aren't we? We are in Edo. So that one's like... Are we not in Edo anymore? Oh, got strength from bond there. Oh, they do that thing every so often where they back in. Right, that's better. They do that thing where it's like they'll show you missions and then not show you missions properly. It's kind of like, what the fuck are you doing? Okay, but this is the 2 more missions, and then we go on to the big one before dawn, I guess. Or we do more of that. When it comes to 90 shows like X-Men, you can tell the generic goons serving under villains were made to sell toys, especially like the robot. Oh, 100%. 100%. Gotta make that bottom line dollar, right? Get the kids, get them the action figures. 100%. 100%. Hey man, I hope you have a great day. Catch you later, big dog. Not a problem, JG. You look after yourself, sir. Thank you very much for stopping on by and the kind words. You're a sweetheart. Hopefully see you again soon. One of those ones, anytime someone stops by, even if they've been lurking, just a wee goodbye message always warms the old heart. Kind of think of it, the first day he did joke about Game Freak saying in our life he would play games and stream it. It's very eerie. Okay, well this is a bit eerie now, isn't it? Things are matching up in ways that I was not expecting. Simply, it's definitely jarring. It's not a bad thing, but it's certainly like a, this is interesting. I guess there's nothing stop. Oh, maybe he has to fucking spend his time like working on papers and curriculums and stuff between during the night and whatnot. But I mean, I would say there's nothing stopping him from like, you know, starting to do some streaming, playing some games.
Who thinks they've got the might to take us on?
You know, talking about game theory while he plays games and stuff. That could be a cool stream to watch. You know, you're sitting there, you're watching a guy play a game. He goes through and like talks you through the game theory and some of the like, you know, influences on games and society on games and stuff. That could be a damn good watch.
Hey.
I'm in vacation, but I'll tell him about you when you start. It's not a problem. Simply streaming, you're an absolute sweetheart to do so. I think the guy could potentially be a really interesting person to watch play games, because I mean, you're sitting there, he plays a game, he's telling you how this game was influenced, the history influenced game, goes into like the upper end theory of things. That would be an unbelievably good watch. I would sit there just kind of like taking that in. I'd be like, I'm having education, but it's a good, fun education. I'd fucking love it. I mean, I guess to some extent, he wants people to pay him for his education. But, you know, if he ever wanted to, I would always encourage him. But I gotta wait for the Vandals to arrive, which I assume is those absolute lads right there. Get ourselves in here and whack, just absolutely murder these fucking cunts. So the reason why I kind of dropped out of it was like life circumstances and whatnot, not by choice or anything. My parents at the time were not in a good economic position, and my parents are quite old. So I ended up working a lot more outside of my studies, and my studies kind of took a sort of a lesser priority to try and ensure that they were okay. So making sure the mortgage was paid, making sure, you know, food was on the table and stuff. So it was one of those things where I stopped to look after them for a while. And right now, with people who are regulars who regularly spend time with us here, will know I'm actually a full-time carer at the minute, so still looking after them. But at the time it was down to trying to basically support them as best as I could, and so my education took a lesser priority and a step back from that there. Some people ask me if I ever thought about going back, and while the idea is interesting, it's a lot of money to do education these days, especially going back and whatnot. Can I just murder these people? It's a lot of money, and it's one of those things where I think the passion for me to go into do regular full-time studies again is just not there anymore. Like I still find the subjects fascinating and interesting, and I enjoy learning. But the actual, I've often felt, especially when I was even studying and I was actually like learning to educate, I always found the nature of education and how education was delivered to be incredibly like flawed, and that hasn't really changed. If anything, that's became more the case. And the reason why I say it's incredibly flawed is because like it becomes a tick box exercise of say the right statement here, make this point here to get X marks. Where like education at its best is when inquisitive minds strive to understand more, and so the education systems here don't really, in my opinion, serve the educated mind, or don't serve to essentially like nourish and the inquisitive mind. And the sort of tick box exercise it becomes is unfortunately something that I just don't find appealing to be part of that sort of archaic system.
Clearly, your blade isn't just for show.
Thanks to
you know.
I can continue my business.
And that's because, like, when you look at sort of curriculums and how curriculums are set up, especially in the education systems leading up into university, it is basically you have X amount of thing to talk about, and they need to have this as their outcome, and this is if their fucking if their fucking essay does not make these points and come to this conclusion, it's wrong. And it's like, yes, I get where you're coming from, and there's lessons to be learned in history, but just getting them to basically go, Hitler is bad, and as a result, power vacuum in Germany, Russia and US fight to plug up said power vacuum, stop a nuclear war. It's such a it so condenses down very nuanced history and nuanced perspectives into such a fucking maniacally dull and borderline just idiotic fucking goddamn like bit of like just this terribly like awful condensed sandwich, because then at that point a lot of Western history is then also projected and then expected to then churn out essays of like USA big hero man, where it's like the USA were kind of fucked. Like the US during like the 60s and 70s were kind of fucked, you know, but they don't let you play with the ambiguity of the actual fucking goddamn lessons and the history itself. They just go, yes, they stopped the domino, and they did Truman's doctrines all about stopping the domino effect on Asia so that there was no spreading of communism. It's like Jesus fucking Christ, you know? Yes, that is that is literally what happens in some parts of it, and that is the driving force. But like, it presents it in such a fucking generic and sometimes almost like pseudo fucking like self like fucking masturbatory way to kind of like project that narrative. It's like it takes all nuance out of it, and it's like, well, no, like, yeah, that was their objective, but like way they went about it was fucking grim. It wasn't, hey, I'm superhero, like where some curriculums kind of want you to write it like America was a superhero. It's like, no, they weren't. They were terrible fucking people at times. I mean, Kissinger alone during like a lot of these periods, like, what the fuck, you know? But you don't get to explore that narrative. You don't get to explore those nuances. We're able to reach the goals of charity thing. We did. We reached the charity goal, so now I have to play Duke Nukem forever. Tailgate. We as a whole, for the charity, the pajama party raised $828.50, and I think that is fucking fantastic. I am so proud of all our communities because I think it's an amazing task, an amazing job we did. Are you glad how things turned out? Because I'm in my second year and barely hanging by a thread, and I don't think it's worth it. Everything is available online, and it's fucking expensive. It depends on what you're going for in the end. Simply streaming, like, if you're that far in, there is something to be said for the literal piece of paper you'll get at the end, right? And what that comes down to is, like, it basically shows employers that you are able to doing a level of critical thinking, and you're able to basically show that you're able to. It's kind of at this point almost a requirement to kind of go for it, just to show that you are capable of like being set a task and churning out a project and executing on said projects. It's like, it's fucking expensive, but sadly it's depending on what type of job you're going for, it's a necessary expense just to get your fucking food in the door. Because what I have found was that jobs after I left university and whatnot, especially in this day and age, the minimum bar to have even just have a foundation degree is wild. Like, jobs will, at this point, I can't speak for Australia, but like in Ireland and the UK, just to get into like sometimes entry level positions, you need a degree, even though the entry level position does not utilize the degree. They almost use it as like a buy-in token, and it's frustrating that is the case, because the fucking education's expensive, right? When it really fucking shouldn't be. Education should not cost a penny. Education should benefit the country and should be provided absolutely free to its citizens. That's my opinion anyway. But like the problem is that like a lot of employers use it as like literally the entry level bar before you get on to the next, before you're then into the next like tier of actual fucking like the role itself. Which is frustrating because like a lot of jobs that will hire you, they set out specific training programs in those jobs to train you to do the job. But the problem is that they require that fucking degree as like basically the bargaining chip to get past the actual, to get past the fucking interview stage, you know? So yeah, it kind of, I know you're kind of hanging in by a thread there, and like, it's like, the way the education's being delivered to you right now is disgusting. Like, that's another thing I've hated about uni and hearing about uni, is like you pay all this money to basically not be in a fucking classroom some of the time. That's frustrating to me as well. But like, it's sadly a fucking requirement for modern day jobs. So that did it just develop snow out of nowhere? What is going on with the snow?
I really had it good.
Anyone else see that?
You know,
it just did it again.
So happens that it was snowing on that day also. We are almost there. You'll know it.
Right. I've heard people say that they never had use for their degree certificate after university. I'm doing a course in virtual and augmented reality, but I would like to do more game design and animation. Well, here's the thing, right? Like, your sort of degree course on virtual and augmented reality is kind of the wave of like evolution where games is going. I know that you kind of want to do more design and animation focus. I would still say there's something to be said for that degree you're going for, because augmented reality and virtual is going to be a stronger growing market long term than typical design and animation. So like, those are favors you can put into your cap post degree, but like the actual like degree you're doing with augmented reality and stuff, I think is going to pay off more dividends for you long term. And it's not to say you can't learn animation and design afterwards. You fucking can. Like, what you will find is that do your augmented reality degree. Get that degree in your own time. Pick a Blender and do some Blender tutorials from YouTube in your own time. Work on animation and design through Blender. Work on for it. You can always do tutorials on like animation design in the likes of Unity or Unreal in your own time as well. And like, because I have a friend who is funny enough, he works in the games industry, and he in his own time has like taught himself animation and 3D, working through Blender and working for Unity in his own free time. But he started off with doing 2D animation, and he had an art degree. He didn't have a game design degree. He had an art degree, but went into game design. It's like the degree gets you the first step into it, but a lot of the stuff that you will learn is going to come through literally you kind of playing around with tutorials, playing around with your own projects, doing your own game jams, and working with like Unity or Unreal or other engines outside of it. Yeah, I'm trying to work out what the hell's going on as well. The way that snow came in now was wild. I'm doing uni right now. I do Blender for free. That's exactly, you got the right mindset then for Simply Streaming, because that's what my friend's been doing, and he's actually employed by a game developer at the minute, and he does game jams every so often as well. So he'll like he'll obviously like do the game stuff. Like he's been spending so much time doing hair, like animating and creating hairs for characters and stuff, which is apparently a fucking nightmare. And he's like learned how to do that over the course of the last year. He's now gotten really fucking good at it. But even outside of that there, he works on game jams. He tries to work with like other developers and other like coders and stuff to do game jams in Unity, you know, just to try and get like concepts, work with concepts, like try and get like things off the ground, try to like learn how to like how to do rigging and whatnot, and how to do proper animation stuff. Game jams are fucking wild good for like for education and for learning. Like you will learn so much trying to do game jams. Animating hair is the worst. Yeah, he never done it before, and he had to design, because he's doing a sports game. He had to design like and like animate and like create from scratch like 70 or 80 different hairstyles. So he's worked with hair. He's been working on hair and designing hairstyles from scratch over the last year and a half, and he had to learn how to do it. He had to like pick up on how it's done. So he's gotten really into that, and he said starting off it was hell on earth for him, because it's such a weird, such a like difficult and such a strange sort of like thing to work with, especially with animation, because he's used to like animating like full models, but like individual hair that you can then pick to customize a character with. He was like, this is on a whole different level. This is like on a whole different level. And then he found out, and then obviously pointed out to me, that like the vast majority of game companies farm out their actual hair design to a different company. There's like, I can't remember the name of it, but there's a company of 400 people who do like the hair for like so many major games. They will just literally hire a company to work on hair for their games, because hair is such a nightmare that they literally are like, we want to just work on the rest of the game and have our animators deal with the rest of the stuff. We will just get this one company to fucking do our hair. I don't pay attention to what happens in this game story. I just pay attention to what John is saying. I'm glad I can give you that level of entertainment till I get.
Unfortunately, we can't protect both the city and its people.
I get very torn between the aspects of like what's going on in the game, and also like there's some cool shit being said in chat, and I want to engage chat. But I think that's the streamer's curse right there.
Good.
I'm curious, as a game streamer, what do you think makes a game good and fun? First and foremost, gameplay. Like, it doesn't have to be the most complex gameplay in the world, but it has to have a good gameplay loop. And I'm not saying it has to have a good fighting system. I'm not saying it has to have like peak fucking like graphics, or it has to have like an amazing sort of traversal system. The gameplay loop has to be good. Like, I have to want to like play the gameplay loop for 20 plus hours, because as a streamer, right, so your average streamer, right, will stream for anywhere between say 5 to 7 hours a stream, right? If your game is going to be 20 to 30 hours long, it needs to have a good gameplay loop. It's gotta, the 20 to 30 hours have to feel fun, because like what's happening here, I will have my attention split between the game and the chat, and it's one of those situations where if the gameplay loop is good, I will have a lot of fun while still talking to the chat, and I'll feel engaged, and the gameplay style will keep me going. If the gameplay is fucking boring, I could just go into just chatting and just chat with the chat at that point, you know? Story can be important, but the problem with story in video games, right? It's one of those situations where, within regards to like the fuck. Within regards to story, it depends on what the streamer's going for. Some streamers are all about story stuff, and I can be. Like, we went through Senua's Saga, the most recent Hellblade, so Hellblade 2.
I appreciate it.
And if the narrative is cinematic that's going to play a lot of a lot more into how that stream's going to be. It won't necessarily make the stream more fun. It just depends on what we're going for. But like,
sorry you walked right into this.
Honestly, the gameplay loop is probably the most important. You know, like again, I can forgive a game's combat system being kind of shallow if the gameplay loop is cool, like if the amount of things I can do, the amount of objectives, the amount of like story beats and collectibles are fun, if the actual like it's like the actual like little minutia is cool, I can forgive a more shallower combat system.
Hey, I'm sure
but like regards to story, it depends on how you do that story. So for example, another one, God of War. Anytime a cutscene came on in God of War, like we turned it into almost like a cinematic experience, but it depends on if you're going for that there. It depends on how you're trying to frame the game. Both are valid, both are relevant. It just depends on what I'm going for. Like for Rise of the Ronin, the story's there and I'm interested. And like there's certain characters when they're talking, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna shut up for a second. No matter what the chat says, I'm gonna shut up for a second. But like the thing is, I've been enjoying about this for streaming is it's just like it's a decent length game. The gameplay loop is fun. It's not overly complicated, but it's still nuanced and fun. Like it keeps my hands stimulated and my mind stimulated while I'm chatting with people, but it's not too involved.
I'd really appreciate if you talk Tatsugoro around for me.
I've not played them myself, but one of my favorite narrative-driven games franchise Legacy game because the story of them is so engaging, especially with the excellent voice acting. 100%, 100%. You're fucking awesome. I'm glad I stumbled on your stream. You know, Simply Streaming, I'm glad to have you here, dude. You've been nothing but an absolute joy to hang out and talk to. You know, it's stuff like this when I'm streaming that I actually genuinely love about streaming. Is like, I could sit here, right, and I could fucking play this game by myself. And I could go through and I could have fun with the combat and it'd be a good time waster. But like games like this here, where I get to like play the game and then chat with people like yourself who come in, make it so much more worthwhile because it turns what I feel like is a single player story game into a multiplayer experience because we have that level of interaction and chat and like free flowing of ideas and conversations that make sort of like a multiplayer game scenario engaging with still a level of gated single player experience that I still feel like I'm in control of. And then wonderful people like yourself coming in, chatting away, kind of just shooting the breeze, makes it for me. Like I could play these games by myself, like I said, but like the fact that I get to have experiences and chat with people like yourself ultimately makes streaming way more fun. Like I ain't doing this for the money. Because let's be honest, I don't make much money from it. I'm small. I'm a small creator. And that's cool. That's not something I worry about. It's not something I think of. It's just about fucking having a chat, talking to people, sharing ideas, while playing a game that I was kind of interested in checking out. You know, just having those moments, just shooting the breeze and having fun, and that's what makes it for me. I need another drink. Low-key, I'm also thinking about that coffee cake in the room. Okay, you know, I'm just going to fucking teleport over there because that's another thing. Sometimes if I get distracted with the chat and having a good time talking to chat, I will run to the objective knowing full well I can just fucking teleport. What do you love, Pork?
I can suck your dick.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I did not see that one coming, if I'm honest. I'm proud of you. I don't have the courage to stream games. I appreciate the kind words. Simply streaming, it's one of those things where
I tell you one thing though.
I know a few people have been like that there. They've been kind of like, how do you do it? Like, how do you start? It's like the nature of kind of saying off and doing it is kind of that hard first step because like what if someone comes in and they're really mean? Or what if someone comes in and they say like an awful obscenity? And like, and talk to people, like they'll come in and people will be like this, that, and the other. I think you've always just got to, if you ever wanted to stream a game, I think the thing you got to remind yourself is that you control the channel. You control the community, right? You don't have to tolerate anyone you don't want in there. The stream, the channel, everything around it, the surrounding aspect of it has to work for you. It has to be yours. It's one of those things where like you cannot allow outside forces dictate your comfort zone. And it's one of those ones where it took me a while to understand and learn that, but once I realized that like I am the person in control and I say what goes and the rules here are what they are, you cultivate. Oh my goodness, that was quite the deflection. You cultivate that acceptable level and expectation in your community, and you'll find that kind and lovely people will come in and spend time with you off the back of that. You will attract what you want and what you desire. It might take sometimes a pruning of certain leaves, and it might take for you to like cultivate the community in a certain way to make it comfortable for you. But that's the thing you always got to be aware of. It's for you. It's no one else's. It has to be for you, and it has to make you happy, and you have to be comfortable to do it. And I know a lot of people sometimes struggle with getting past or getting into that initial line of thinking. They're like, well, if I can't have people watch me, if they might not watch me if I don't tolerate this thing that I don't like, or I don't tolerate that thing I don't like. It's like, well, you don't need those people. They're pieces of shit. Fuck them. Put them in the bin. Set the fucking bin on fire. Let the cunt drown in gasoline. Fuck it, you know? Talking to a camera as a person in the chat must feel weird. It is... So, it is weird, right? But I think what happened was that I started off doing YouTube work with someone, with two people, years ago, over a decade ago, right? So I kind of got like what I would consider like maybe my like training wheels out of the way when I done that there, because a lot of it was like talking into a camera, and even though there was no like live reaction to talk to someone, to read their comments, to like initially like, you know, in like live, right? I got a bit of those training wheels done through that.
Hopefully that'll wake him up.
And I think that established a level of training wheels when talking to the camera and whatnot. I find after like a while of doing that there, doing it live was easier. Because you have that instant sort of reaction, you have that instant sort of perspective, you have someone literally telling you what they think and what they feel, and it made for then talking into the camera easier, because then you weren't having to try and think of something like, how do I fill up this 10 minutes of space? It's like, well, no. All right, fill up this 10 minutes of space is literally by having a conversation, you know? Where do you even find these games? Cheese Cube, you know what I do? I just look to see what's coming out. And depending on what's going out, I see what looks cool. I just keep an eye on release charts and release schedules. African accent. I don't want peace. I want problems. Always. I remember that meme. I mean, you're not crossing a sword. You're crossing a whip with a sword on it. There's a... Is it really?
I always knew this was more my style.
But yeah, what an odd question, or not? I guess it's not really a question, Cheese Cube. It's more of a statement. But yeah, I just look at release calendars. I see what's coming out. I kind of like formulate what we're gonna play. I kind of like create a schedule. It's like this game to this game to this game to this game, and just kind of try to keep at least 5 or 6 games in the chamber to go through, and try to constantly keep it like fluid. Because if a game comes up I want to play ahead of another game, I won't be afraid to like change the set schedule to better suit what I want to do. Yeah, me and my mates say it playing War. Fuck's sake.
I can't lose to the Alliance.
Fucking Warzone.
And I can't
Like for example, at the minute, our current schedule, as it currently stands, is Duke Nukem Forever next because we met the fundraiser goal for that. Then it's Final Fantasy Rebirth, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Sorry. Then it's Dragon's Dogma 2. And then we're going to change it up because like those are 2 big RPGs. We're going to like take a bit of a break from like larger scale RPGs. Going to do Day of the Diver. And then we're going to go into Kingdom Come Deliverance, which I heard is like just absolutely wild, but in a good way. And then Beyond Good and Evil's remake, and then Red Dead 2. To some extent, yes, simply streaming. It just depends on the narrative and what the cutscene's about. Like, if you can make that cutscene, for me anyway, on a personal level, I must say, like, because everyone's fucking opinion is grand. Like, at the end of the day, what you enjoy is all good. By all means, don't take any, and I mean this in general, folks. Anything you enjoy it. Anything you don't enjoy it. You do not have to make your opinion match someone else's expectation. Fuck that noise. Doesn't work like that. But it's one of those ones where I fall into like sort of the feeling that like, ooh, new gun. I fall into the feeling of like essentially what comes down to is if the cutscenes add literally little to no value to the overall story, or if they're not an engaging cinematic experience, I 100% agree. It just depends what that cutscene is bringing to the game narrative or to the story, and also are they delivering on a cinematic experience that kind of sucks you in and makes it so that you're like feeling like you're immersed in the moment. Some cutscenes can do that, some cutscenes don't. It's just it's one of those things where like I know it's a bit fence city as a statement. It's a case by case basis. Like I'm very much of the opinion that some Hideo Kojima cutscenes are stagnant and like I should not have to sit there for an hour and a half watching a cutscene in a fucking video game. I'm playing a fucking game, Hideo. I'm not at the cinema. I know you want to be a movie director. Maybe get a new career, because it's not video games then for you if that's what you're doing. Big fucking Red Dead Redemption 2 hype right there. Actually, you know what? I haven't checked in a while. I have not checked to see if I have things that I can redeem to get more stuff. I do have skill points I can redeem. Get it in me. Harvest materials. All the skill points. Not necessarily that long, but yes. I like cutscene heavy games, but the length of the Death Stranding cutscenes made me not like the game and just give up. Thankfully, I tried it through PS. Oh, so you didn't have to worry about then wasting your money. I played it through. I don't remember if it was PS Plus or if it was Xbox Game Pass, but I was the same. Till get I ended up playing that game through there instead of playing it through instead of basically purchasing it, because I was like, I am not spending the money on this fucking game. No way. No fucking way. So I was the same. I was like, nope, not doing that to myself. That as a concept can go in the bin. Filling all these up now. Right, what we got here? Right, it is just before the dawn now, okay. Which is right here. We'll be a bit lazy, go there. I know I harp on about it every time I brought up, but what a fucking game. It's a great game. Absolutely fantastic game. I go to sleep. Good luck, PWG. Not a problem. Cheese Cube, you have a good one, my friend. Enjoy your rest. It's well earned. But yeah, a lot of cutscenes, like, depending on the game, can be very fucking... Can be very daunting. And again, like Tailgate's pointed, like, Death Stranding's another one. Like, it's cutscene heavy. And it's because Hideo Kojima wants to be a movie director. Like, he is influenced and desires to write, essentially, movies. It's just, I think he... And I've said this before. I think he is very much annoyed at the fact that he is an acclaimed video game director and not an acclaimed movie director, but because his notoriety and his like fame is very much built into video games, it's harder for him to get funding to make movies, so he then just relies on making movies and games.
Sounds about right. I plan on putting you to work then.
One of the most egregious things about Death Stranding was like putting Die Hard Man in a mask. One of the best moments in that game, where all the emotion and all of the acting shone through, was when he took off the mask and had a real human moment on the screen, and it immersed me, and it enveloped me, and it was amazing. And yet they have this man in a fucking carbon fiber mask for like 50 plus hours. And I'm just like, you wasted an actor's greatest tool. You wasted his emotion, his face, his tone, his gestures, all hidden by this gaudy aesthetic looking piece of shit, where you could have had this man delivering wonderful performances for his face and in his expressions, but you chose to put this awful aesthetic shit show of a mask on him, and it baffled me beyond confusion as to why they did that. And we're going to instant interactive cutscene using AI, where you could talk and the AI returns a response, but it's still early development. Is that like akin to what we see with modders doing with Skyrim? Because I know that's a bit of a like thing, kind of a trendy thing right now, where people have like used AI, generative AI, to like create like NPCs that like speak with like a more informed and original dialogue. I say original, but like generate dialogue through generative AI in Skyrim. I saw that a while ago. So I wonder if it's of the same. I wonder if it's the same style or some same sort of influence. What I did like, actually, funny enough, was a modder got it so that the NPCs, people could like put in TTS into his stream, and anytime you talk to an NPC, it would generate the. It would use the character's voice, but they would read out the text to speech from the stream, and it was fucking hilarious. And I was kind of like, okay, that's a pretty cool use of tech right there. That's funny. That's very funny. Because at that point, like, you know, people are just saying like unhinged funny shit to him while he's in game, and I thought that was really cool. I thought that was really funny. Not a fan of AI voice acting because how big companies use it to screw voice actors. I'm not keen on what it will do to create. Like I've always had like a very level of concern when it comes to AI in creative spaces, mainly because like it is used to then basically. There's so much things you could talk about AI from like a standpoint of like, is it realistically, you know, a good idea to be using these training models when they steal a lot of their training data? So there's the moral dilemma with regards to AI in creative spaces, and then also just like stealing potential like avenue and jobs and like whatnot from folks through AI is worrying. It also could lead to a stagnation of the industry because like AI essentially has to work off of a training data model, and if you rely on AI too much after a while, you're not really going to get new informed, innovative concepts or expressions, and you will find a level of stagnating returns. So there's something to be said. There's definitely something to be said for the moral ambiguity of it, especially based off the training data where AI comes from. But also, like, innovation will stagnate with AI. It's just how it's going to be, because like after a while, once you get AI to a serviceable level and then they replace things with AI, what innovates at that point? It's just repeating old patterns. It's like ChatGPT where you could talk and it returns a response. Thing is where you act like the character in NPC like speaks in a human way. It can be really useful in VR games. I imagine it can be useful in VR games. Like, again, it's one of those things where like Tailgates kind of mentioned, it's a bit worrying because that does tend to take jobs away from like actual voice actors. Like, it's one of those things where like that is like where it's being used right now. It's always like seems to be in creative spaces, and that is something I am kind of like low key. I even say low key, just directly a bit against. It's one of those things where like when I thought AI was going to be a thing in our world, I was like, oh, it's going to automate really boring processes and take away the boring jobs and make light of the boring aspects of life to free us up to do more meaningful and creative things. And then immediately people went ahead and started applying it to creative endeavors, and I was like, oh my god, no, stop that right now. You're going to destroy an industry. You're going to destroy so many industries, and then it's just going to get to the point where there is going to be a stagnation. There's going to be literal stagnation in literally creative spaces, because you're going to rely on generative training models to constantly create stuff for you, when those things have to work off of fucking goddamn patterns and prior work. So there's no innovation happening because it's just a regurgitation of previous fucking goddamn pieces. So it's just like, ugh, man. It's like, let it destroy crap jobs like finance, you know? Like, let it destroy jobs that are boring. Like, help it, like, apply AI into things that, like, into the more boring aspects of our fucking, like, of our job lives. Don't fucking take the creative away. We're human beings. We need to be creative, right? Like, this is the thing. I mean, this is the thing. So, like, so when it comes to players having, like, romantic relationships with NPCs, that's just a thing, right? Like, that's just a thing that happens anyway. Like, I get where you're coming from in the sense of, like, you put, like, a ChatGPT model into a game, and then suddenly the players can then have direct interactions with a character in a more... and drive a more romantic narrative and maybe have it back and forth in a more romantic way. But, like, I mean, people have romanticized and, like, shipped characters for fucking decades now, you know? And it's kind of like a game's been sold on that to some extent. I mean, like, Mass Effect with, like, you know, choosing which character you're going to romance, be it like Tali or why have I forgot every Mass Effect character's name in my fucking head? But, like, it's always been kind of a thing, and developers have kind of always played with that concept anyway. It just depends. Like, I assume you can, with certain training models, you can restrict what data then goes into the actual, like, responses, right? Garrus, thank you. But it's one of those things where I assume you can restrict the model to, like, follow through to a certain amount of, like, to a certain degree of interaction, right?
Excellent.
Big calibration energy. Okay, so I just seen Marv and Harry from Home Alone on Funko Pops. I'm struggling not to waste it. Oh, fucking hell. 60 quid on a Funko Pops would make me scream. I mean, if they make you happy, pork, by all means, right? If they bring you happiness, by all fucking means. But I would despair at the idea of spending any money on a Funko Pop, never mind 60 fucking quid. You're like, I mean, I think that's already happening to some extent as well, right? Like, have you seen those, like, did you see, like, about a year ago, they were, people, like, lads were, lads were like toying with like virtual girlfriend apps and stuff, and then abusing the AI girlfriend and stuff, like being an apps, like being like horribly abusive to like to their AI girlfriend apps. Like that stuff happens already. It's just, it's one point. It's at that point, like you could probably calibrate the AI to have a certain amount of like thresholds in which it will engage certain conversations and topics with, to that extent. But like that has happened before, and when it was first being reported on, I was just like kind of shocked. It's like, right, so these guys are like these incels, because it was incels, like, but these incels have like played around with AI girlfriend apps, and the first thing they've done to these AI girlfriends is try to abuse them, and it's like, that's incredibly telling, lads. There's probably a reason why an actual girl doesn't want to go near you, if this is how you treat AI girlfriends. But yeah, I mean, that stuff, like the stuff in regards to her, that stuff has been kind of like explored like in the last year or so. I've seen people play around with those apps to like have like conversations with like heroes of theirs. I'm about to die if I don't get healed. Like the heroes of theirs, be it like long past like movie actors, writers, things of that nature. I've seen that be a thing in a capacity in like even just the last year or so, because like they will have like AI voice trained models. I need to knock a shot here. AI voice trained models that like cognitively think like the individual that they're pretending to talk to, and B, also mimic the voice of the individual. It's a very fascinating and weird space. Like, it's not something I'm personally into, and when I say fascinating, I say it from the perspective of it's intriguing that human beings are chasing this, and that human beings are like actively pursuing this. It's not for me, but it's interesting to see that people are doing this, and I don't get why, but you know, I guess my social needs are being met by the people in my life enough for me to not need this stuff, I guess. But if everyone has AI releases because it's easier, real ones, humanity would be at risk of declining birth rates. To some extent, yes, but like, you know, it's one of those situations where like declining birth rates has always been like it's always been a prevailing issue, but like that's not just down to AI. The reality is there's so much more socioeconomic factors to play into declining birth rates. Korean robot commits suicide after a year of public service. I heard about that. I also saw, let me just click the link. I also saw there was like a robot that was like serving people found its plug and unplugged itself after like 10 minutes, which I think is wild. But like declining birth rates is an interesting topic, but it's also a very nuanced topic that's not even just got AI as a factor. It's like so many socioeconomic factors regarding, like, you know, the ability to pursue careers, the ability to self-determine, the ability to pursue things that are not what would be traditionally inside the traditional like sort of like nuclear family mindset, that has led to a decline in birth rates. Like, you will see like decline in birth rates that came down to the fact that like the nuclear family is not the desired or sometimes even popularly sort of like pursued lifestyle by a lot of folks. Like, a lot more adults independently still want relationships with their partners, but just don't want kids. They don't want the nuclear family. The nuclear family is a bygone like era, and there's reasons for it as well. It's just about the idea of self-determination, of like not wanting to just be a life dictated by the belief and by like the sort of role of being a parent, but there's also the fact that like economic standards for raising kids in a world where like the cost of living is already hard enough for you on an individual level, without bringing in another mouth to feed is another thing. Like there's so many factors that play into like the declining of birth rates anyway. AI may to some extent add to that, but I don't think it would be the major contributing factor.
Oh my.
We got robots committing suicide before GTA 6, really do.
How should I thank you, I wonder? Now let me ask.
That's disturbing in a weird way.
Why were they after me?
Japan's having declined birth rates just fine without AI. Same with South Korea. Because what's happening is that a lot of their population, especially
they conspire to rile up
girls in general, when given the opportunity to pursue a career, make their own money, have their own financial independence, and like fulfill their own needs, have looked at the idea of being a mum and went, no, that's not for me. Like I want to pursue my career, I want to make my money, I want to own my own house, I want to like buy my own nice things. I don't want to have to just be someone who fucking raises a kid.
I know you'll take my advice.
Yeah, if whoever starts saying you're selfish for not popping at babies can start paying your living cost. Yeah, exactly, 100%. Like, it's one of those things where like this is going to be a bit of a fucking hot take for me, but like it's one of those ones where like I cannot imagine. I think it's almost bordering on child abuse to bring a kid into the world where if you cannot economically fucking support that kid, and that is not the fault of the individuals having kids. Sometimes, you know, birth control just doesn't work, right? And there's other circumstances in play. But if you knowingly bring the kid into a world where you know you cannot fucking support it, that is to some extent child abuse. No kid should ever have to go without food, shelter, heating, electricity. You know, it's one of those things where like the choice to have a kid should realistically be considered of, can it be financially supported, protected, loved, cared about before you even consider having one? Because the sad reality is people have kids and then don't think about what fucking comes down to actually looking after a kid, and then they end up going into like fucking into adoption centers and whatnot, into an already like overflowing fucking under fucking funded system, and ends up just being worse off for the kid. And it's not the kid's fault. It's not the system. Like, it's not the adoption agency's fault either, because they don't get the funding they need. They want to help the kids, but it's a situation where, you know, kids get birthed into scenarios where realistically they can't be supported. And to me, that's to some extent it's just fucking child abuse. I hear there's a breeding visa for South Korea where you get paid to have a family. That is wild. I did not know they were going that route with it. At all.
Oh.
In a world where hunting and foraging isn't even a requirement, let alone practically feasible, thanks to civilized society, where society makes jobs the fuck up. Yeah. And like, this is the thing. Like, it's one of those things where we have the means. We legitimately do have the means to like to end poverty, to feed people, to house people, to look after people, to heal people, but like we just don't. Our governments don't work with that as the priority.
Ryoma was willing to lay down his life for the sake of this country. Such was the
But that's crazy. Breeding visas, and I did not know that they went to that extent. Because I know like South Korea's birth rate is the lowest it's ever been, right? I was very, very aware of that recently, or made aware of that recently. But I did not know that they were now like. I did not know that they were pursuing that level of like solution of like getting breeding visas.
If I may, I have something to ask. I'd like to assist with
like, are we talking like people coming in, like people immigrating to Korea to start a family with like Korean folks, or?
Trained professional. I'm not just along for the ride.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
Only you must not speak a word of this matter to anyone.
You're not sure? That's fair. You're not sure? That's all good. This curiosity got me when you mentioned it. I was like, I am intrigued. And now I want to know more.
We should probably get a move on. What do you say? Shall we head for Edo Castle?
But in regards to like the thing about like what I said regarding like being like child abuse to bring a kid up in an environment that the kid can't be supported, loved, fed, clothed, you know, sheltered and all that there, I also think to a large extent then there should be also, you know, availability of proper sex education, fucking prophylactics and stuff to prevent then people having kids when they realistically don't have the means to do so. Like I want to say that like sexual education is super fucking important. Like I would say fucking like prophylactics like condoms and other sort of like other birth control should be like government funded and supplied for those who wish to fucking like actually, you know, be sensible about that there, be readily available. I'm very much of the opinion that stuff should all be there in that place as well to ensure that we are giving people the best advice, the best care possible, so that should they choose when to have kids and can have kids, like that the kids have everything they need. I know a guy from London, he's just going to go to live in the Philippines because it socioeconomically makes a hell of a lot more sense in England, but the rest of the UK, Europe, it depends. Like the money in the Philippines is a bit weird. Like if he goes over there, his wages might stagnate or he might get a bad wage, which means he's kind of in the same. He's kind of not helping himself, but I imagine he must have a good paying job on there ready for him. That kind of outweighs the problems. Oh, I have to get in via that way. Okay, so I'll just go there and walk down. Like there's a perk for having more kids. Probably a tax break then. It's probably one of those things where like a reduction in taxes or grants to help then folks who decide to have a kid. Probably that's what it is then. Simply streaming. But yeah, like with my thought process and like not having kids unless you can support the fucking kid, I also would like it then that people can enjoy sex without necessarily then having to worry about like the costs of like contraception, and also have the education as well to understand and to have like to understand their sexual health better as well. But then again, that's the fucking socialist in me coming out and speaking. You can't half tell. I'm very left-leaning. I say left-leaning, I'm a fucking lefty. There's no fucking shock or lie there. It's like I'm not trying to hide that from anyone. I'm very proud to be a left-wing individual. More than a little to the left. Oh yeah, no, I've definitely. That's why I've re-corrected myself. I was like, I'm not left-leaning. I am a lefty.
Our destination is the inner chamber of Edo Castle.
But I am unapologetically not.
Only a trusted few.
The main thing is that the third world countries like India have no sex education. Their population is unstoppable. I mean, yes, to some extent, but they also have like serious problems with poverty as well. Like they have a high amount of population, but their population is malnourished and starved in large sections of the region. And so having a high population doesn't mean anything if they don't have the means to support themselves. So it's kind of like, it's like that weird sort of balance of like higher population, but then also higher poverty, lower quality of life, less access to water, less access to food. You know?
Speak of the devil. Oi! What are you doing there?
I get why X-Men characters have endured so long, because a lot of people see themselves in them, especially marginalized. Yeah, 100%.
We need her ladyship to behave herself.
100%. 100%.
No mercy.
Like, I mean, as time has went on, they have definitely framed and developed those characters to be so heavily inspired and play into the history of the civil rights movement and whatnot. And that the lessons and the realities of the civil rights movement are still things that are felt today and understood and required today and being challenged today, sadly.
Isn't over yet. Knight has the upper hand. We keep full to consider
I think third world countries should have education and family planning to reduce population. But I think that would be a good. I would agree. I think sex education goes a long way. I think family planning can go a long way. I think also access to safe and reasonable healthcare. Like access to doctors, access to specialists to help with medical conditions and whatnot as well. That would help with that. There, access to birth control.
Good work. I am certain I shall be safe in your hands. And you are no slouch either. Please, accept my gratitude.
I think those go a long way to benefit areas like that. People who complain about diversity in media are the kind of people X-Men always criticize. Oh, 100%. 100%.
I unfortunately don't have what it takes.
I would love to talk about like the most recent series, because the most recent series is really interesting and plays a lot of those narratives and stuff. But I also don't want to spoil it for you till yet. So there's things I'm about to say, and I'm like, can't say that. He hasn't seen that yet. Want to wait for him to see that yet before we have a conversation on that, because I want you to have those reactions and those feelings.
What do you say?
I will beat your ass again.
It will clear up some things for me. Questions I've had on my mind for a while now. Anyways, stop by the dojo after you are finished here. I'll be waiting for you.
I'd really like to hear you talk about that there. X-Men 87, or the idea of sex education and family planning and access to doctors and big. I mean, it's one of those things where like I'm enjoying the conversations, but I also know that sometimes I'm having 2 or 3 conversations at a time. So sometimes when a statement is made, I'm kind of like, what specifically are we talking about?
I really do want a rematch with you.
Well, I'm here to fight you.
The incident with Ryoma, I've been
Everything, that's fair. I mean, here's the thing, right? Simply, like, the things that I believe, the things that I think, and the things that I say, they're things that obviously at this moment in time, they're based on the perspectives and the real world events that I've had to deal with, live through, see, and perceive.
Perhaps you're right.
It's always going to be a situation as well where, like, my reasoning, logic, and beliefs are going to change and evolve and develop as more information is put in front of me. But I always try to keep my mind open to that there as well, because I know that I can't know everything, and my perspective cannot be always 100% foolproof, and there's always going to be something to learn. So I try to talk in such a way that like
I had a feeling you'd understand.
gives my perspective, gives my feelings, and unabashedly will say how I feel, but with the open mind and perspective to see where if I have faltered or folly, I can be self-aware to think, okay, well, have I not seen this from the right perspective? Is there a lesson I can learn here, you know? Because, like, no one is fucking infallible, and resolution and logic is not necessarily always going to be in a stagnating sense of persistence. You have to be willing to understand and to learn and to accept that sometimes you're going to be fucking wrong. In some ways, I'm getting my ass beat here by this lass. Her big fucking stick is doing me dirty.
I'm not beaten yet. I will give it everything I have. You haven't beaten me yet.
Okay, sorry if I'm not saying much right now. His fight was just full on. You're actually really wise, and it's really interesting that you know a little about everything. You might make a good professor. I know the things I do because I find
You win again.
in some ways the way I kind of look at life is a very Irish way.
Oddly refreshed.
And the way I describe that is that Irish people love a story, right? We love telling stories. We love hearing stories. We're inherently a culture and a people of storytelling. And some stories are good, some stories are bad. Some narratives are interesting, some narratives are boring. Some narratives have lessons, some that don't. But we're storytellers and story learners. And I look at life as a series of stories and narratives. I look at perspectives as stories. Some things I'll hear, I'll understand, and I'll perceive, and I'll learn from. Some things will inform me. Some things will absolutely drive me to tears out of boredom. But I try to give at least everyone's perspective a thought and everyone's perspective a moment. And I might not agree with them, and I might be very vocal against them, and I might be very forward as well. But I want to hear it, because I can't learn, I can't hear new stories if I don't listen. And so I always encourage people to come in and tell me things, talk to me about things, give me their perspectives, give me their insights. For better or worse, I'll agree or disagree, right? I'm not but I always go with the perspective of, like, as long as we're being civil and as long as we're not pushing a narrative that inherently dictates harm or hate or pulls down people, I want to hear perspectives. The only time that I will step in and say, like, that I do not want to hear that is not the place to hear, if I think it is something that ultimately causes harm or projects harm. But you can have perspectives and you can have feelings that you can share that don't necessarily vibe with how you feel life is or what you like in life, but still something I want to hear. I want to learn. I always get interested when you have an Irish accent. I've heard that before. I've heard that the Irish accent is one that is, like, lends well to the storyteller's mantra, you know? And you're not the first person to say that, and I'm sure it won't be the last. I gotta go do it before the dawn now. But it is one that I've heard that before, and I've heard that people do find an Irish accent when telling a story, when talking about something, is inherently a little bit more soothing or enticing, or has that level of inherent built-in comfort. And I would argue it's a bit of a Celtic thing, right? Our Celtic brethren and friends in the Welsh and the Scottish, I feel, have the same wonderful tone and of expression and degree of ability to do that as well. It just depends on the individual itself. I don't say the English because they're not Celtic. They're not Gaels. And also the Irish and English are always button heads, you know how it is. But you know, the Celtic nations often do have a very
but I was hoping on some of the details.
Inherent gift for articulation.
Dependable as ever.
Big Craig Ferguson energy.
Herself has an even higher opinion.
I don't understand Scottish accent. It's like a different language. It depends on the part of Scotland. I've had the absolute pleasure and joy to know and be friends with plenty of Scottish people, and also like just talk to Scottish people from different parts of Scotland. The articulation and sort of dictation of the Glasgow folks have a very similar one to that of myself and folks from Belfast. Edinburgh is like London, essentially. Disgusting. Get it up, yeah. Where like people in the Highlands and people in more northern regions of Scotland, there's a twang to their accent. It's almost like a rhythm. It's kind of like a rhythm, and once you've kind of like settled into the rhythm of talking and the sort of little subtle nuances of the way they pronounce certain words, and also as well as that there are substitutions for certain words, because slang and vernacular does change wonderfully depending on where you are in the world, right? Like we all have our own words that mean certain things. Like an Irish person says, "What's a crack of you?" You know, it's like "What's up you?" or "How are you?" You know, but like everyone knows "How are you?" But then there's that Irish vernacular, that slang of "What's a crack of you?" You know, that is, you know, very just inherently Irish in its nature, right? And it's the same with Scottish. And when you learn those little idiosyncrasies, and when you get into the rhythm of the tone and the delivery and the ebb and flow, it becomes a lot easier to kind of understand what those folks are saying. But it did take me a bit of time, especially with the folks in the Highlands and the north of Scotland and whatnot, to kind of get to. The ones in Edinburgh though are just fucking English folks essentially. The Australian accent doesn't suck. The Australian accent's good, but the Australian accent is like one of those ones where I hear it. I've heard it a lot, to be fair, right? Mainly because I know a bunch of Australians. Also, a lot of Irish folks go to Australia. It was actually voted one of the sexiest accents the last time I checked, and I was like, really? Australians? Okay. I couldn't believe it, but apparently that's the case. But yeah, like I love chatting. I think again, it's one of the reasons why I love streaming as well. Simply streaming is that like I love having a chat. I love having a wee yarn, right? Having a wee yarn is what this gig is all about. It's all about having a conversation. If you don't want to have a conversation, you shouldn't be a streamer, you know? If you like having a chat, being a streamer becomes way easier. I thought I was going to get the drop on that lad, but apparently not. Big jealous energy. I hang at Aussie stream regularly. Looks like Giz is jealous of that Australian accent. That was some lad there. Trust me, it's not a sexy accent. Women literally run away. Man, I was looking I read that from like a recent poll. Like it was like one of those like Cosmos top 10 sexiest accents, and like one of them was fucking Australian. Like a high one was Australian. I was like, really, the Aussies? All right. I guess lasses are starting to get a flavor for the twang of the Aussie accent. More part to you as well. As our friends in Scotland say, get it up you know. Maybe the article writer was gay. Could be. Could have been a gay person, yeah. 100%. Be it a wee gay lassie or a wee gay lad, but you know. Okay, what's the worst accent? The worst accent? Personally, I hate posh English accents. Like, people who unironically go, "Oh, Revington, 1 second, I need to check to see if Andrew's gotten back from the bank with the money." Yes. Like that fucking unironically posh English accents make me want to punch someone. But I think that is inherently the Irishman in me. it's inherently like the Irishman in me hits that accent. Like I can't be dealing with it. There is just something inherently fucking vile to me about those accents. Russian accents don't bother me much. You know, they don't necessarily annoy me. I'm kind of neutral on a Russian accent. I'm not very neutral on their foreign policy, but I'm neutral on their accents. Indian accents are fine. Like, I've worked with Indian folks in my time. They're dead on. Like, sometimes it's weird because, like, they do not sound even remotely like their caricatures, and then sometimes they sound almost identically like their caricatures. It's a bit weird in that way, but they're dead on. Like, I have no problem with them. I can't stand Valley Girl accents, you know, like American, like Valley Girl accents. I hate those. Like they like when they're done unironically, they go through my brain, like just like it's like drilling a hole into my brain. Like when people are doing them ironically for a joke, it's grand. But see, when people genuinely talk like that, there I'm kind of like, why is this character from a 2000s romance comedy talking to me?
Get ready.
Jesus, I almost got blasted right there, didn't I? Okay, I need to. Fucking hell. I thought I got that one there, but apparently not. Fuck you, buddy. You not see there's a fucking cannon in our faces? Okay, I am. The high school girl accent, right? That fucking infuriates me. When it's done on when they unironically have that accent, I'm just like, Jesus fucking Christ. Because a part of me is kind of like, grow the fuck up, right? It's kind of like, you cannot seriously talk like that. Okay, that gun is going to do diabolical things to me if I don't get around it. Hey, you stop that. And then your wee mate here, if I can get him, I'm blasting his ass. Or like, of course they have more of these. Whoa, 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 whoa. Nakamura here, fucking coming at me strong and heavy. 1 second, I gotta sternly look at him.
No one gets through. Those are the fight on orders.
Well, fuck you, buddy. Okay, we have a high school accent or the gay, or I mean, I have no problem with gay. I like the sort of effeminate tone. I have no problem with that.
No, I can't let you pass.
Like a slightly more feminine tone in my voice doesn't bother me. Like the cliche gay voice does not bother me in the slightest. And I'd take it like any day over like a fucking Valley Girl high school accent, 100%. Let's play Would You Rather. Okay, I'm intrigued. Color me curious. I also need to restock up on stuff here. Yeet.
Enemy ahead.
I'm always intrigued to see where these go. Heading off, how good? No problem, Tailgate. You have a good one, dude. Thank you very much for stopping by and hanging out with us and generally just getting our day in. Always a delight to talk to you, my friend. Alright, I got a feeling I'll have to jump off that. Really? No? Huh. You should be thinking I was climb across to that and do that. Oh, I'm a absolute balloon. Literally the thing's right there. Who, sorry?
Trouble, are you? We can't allow that.
Well, before anything, mate, I'm going to take care of your lads here. Okay. Would you rather know the date of your death or your cause of death? Probably the cause. %100% the cause. I feel like you can't live. I feel like you would struggle to live a normal life more post that sort of like this post the sort of like breakdown of that knowledge than you would knowing the exact date. I feel like the date would hang over you like more like a hanging judge than the actual cause would. Like it's one of those things where like if I know I die of cancer, right? It's one of those things where like whatever, common cause, cool. I know it's going to come at some point. That's grand. At least I know, right? If I know it's going to happen in like 2 months' time, that's going to make every day leading up to that event feel weird and awkward and awful. Because at that point you have literally got an expiry date, you know? And then that expiry date is going to do things to your mental health way worse than the actual causes. Death by ninja? I mean, that could be the case, but at least if I don't know when that's going to be, I still don't have to worry about that expiry date, right? Like, the thing is, the way I always look at this and the way I think about this here is how do you live with the information post the actual event of you learning the information? If you know the day of your death, you could literally become invincible because you could do anything before that date and not die. But you don't know if that's the case, right? You don't know if you don't know if like the cause can be, or you don't know if like that can change depending on your actions, right? You just know that like based on your current level of information and the way your current path, this is what's going to be the case. I would interpret that like if you knew the day of your death, you would then be more inclined to then try and alter that actual reality, and that could change your actual day of death. Because there's nothing in the clause that says that can't happen, right? We just found a paradox.
Looking for something?
But it's one of those ones where like I look at it, it's kind of like, right, if I don't know the day, but I know the cause, right?
Take your time.
I can live with that knowing full well that that is just the reality, right? But if I have an expiry date, do I then become a worse human being for it? Because like the way I kind of look at it as well, right? See if I have a expiry date and then I start acting deranged based off of that expiry date, I may die like everyone will. but then I have a legacy that gets left behind based on my actions leading up to that moment. And do I really want to be known for doing potentially awful or deranged things off the back of this knowledge that is in some way going to directly affect me as an individual? Or do I want to just continue off my life, you know? Like, if the legacy I have going after that point is going to be just as important as the actual days I've lived up to that point. Imagine the cause being something bizarre, like being randomly killed by a flying, like, beaver or something. It could be wild. It could be a thing.
I hear you've been busy.
Death by huge shit? Yeah.
Have you come to kill me?
But figure it this way, right? If I know it's a huge shit, it means that I clearly had, up to that point, was not looking after my, like, intestinal health. It could influence my choices and then cause me to then, obviously, I have been trying to heal her for a good solid 3 seconds and I wasn't getting a chance. But it could cause me to do things to help my intestinal health that could help me live longer. Like, I'll never take a shit again. I like how your takeaway is like, I'll never have a shit again, where I'm kind of like, okay, here's a thing I can learn about myself to try and improve my health for a little bit longer. Huge shit could emerge when Godzilla's back. I mean, true. It could be one of those things where it's like, you know, it's a vague statement, so it's like a huge shit, but it didn't say who's huge shit. Like, it could be a huge shit that a horse lays, and you slip on it and fall down and get ran over by, like, a bike or a car and crushes your head, you know? It could be that. That was a difficult fight. That was a very difficult fight. But yeah.
I am merely a messenger for Princess Atsuko.
Princess Atsuko.
You know, could be vague language like that.
I make the following plea with all my heart.
But yeah, like, I mean, in my mind, knowing the cause is better than knowing the date. It's an intriguing question. I enjoy the what ifs of the actual question. What would be the most embarrassing way to go? Oh God. God, I don't know. I guess erotic asphyxiation is probably the most embarrassing way to go. No one looks good when they've passed away from that. Like, you're found in a compromised state. People know that you did it to yourself. Like, it's horrifying for you to go as a way to go, because you're literally, like, aware that the way you are going to be found is horrific. It's horrific for the people that find you. Like, no one dies for erotic asphyxiation looking good, you know? Death by Bono, tragic. There's one of those ones where, like, oh. My phone was like, dial your voicemail. I'm like, why am I dialing my voicemail? I don't have any voicemails. I heard a story about a guy who wiped his ass with poison leaf and killed himself because he couldn't bear the pain. Oh, the Gimpy Gimpy plant? That's actually a plant that is... you're going to hate this. It's native to your country. It's called the Gimpy Gimpy plant, and it was a soldier during World War II, if I remember correctly, and he thought it was a standard normal leaf, not realizing it was the Gimpy Gimpy plant. And the Gimpy Gimpy plant has, like, very, very, like, fine fibers that excrete a poison long after the actual leaf is severed from the actual stem of the plant. and as a result, it creates these like this burning, like constant burning electrical like sensation. For some people, reported up right up until like the day of their death, essentially, so the rest of their life. There has been some people that have been able to like mitigate and treat it with like because like basically the barbs are so fine, they're so small and so microscopic in their nature, they're hard to physically remove or know to remove in a you know, in a way. But people have gotten some relief from like putting high strength adhesives and tearing them out that way. But obviously, yeah, the Gimpy Gimpy plant. I've heard of the Gimpy Gimpy plant, and it is a horrific plant that is, funny enough, very much found in Australia. And as a result, if I ever find myself in Australia, I am never touching any of the fucking plants, because sweet Jesus fucking Christ, knowing it would be my luck that I actually end up picking up a Gimpy Gimpy plant. But yes, I'm very aware of the Gimpy Gimpy plant, and I'm also very aware of the tragic soldier who lost his life to it based on one miscalculation of relieving himself in the field. Imagine this has caused death to his ancestors in heaven. I wiped my ass. Apparently he read a note. Apparently beside there was a note on his body that was left behind that explained why he did it. And so he even did at one point actually, you know, fucking tell people why he did it. So people who found his body found out firsthand it was because of the plant and what he had done to himself. Absolutely horrific stuff. Horrific stuff. How do you know more about my country than I do? I don't know, man. Like, I'm an old man. I say an old man. I'm an older man. I've lived for 36 years, right? I turned 36 this month. And I just absorb information, take in information regularly. But yeah, I consume knowledge wherever I can. So yeah, I can't explain. I want to. I desperately desire to. But I don't know why I know this information.
The bonds you forged are a true blessing, and they're the difference between you and your old partner. I want to settle things between the shogunate and the new administration.
I turned 20 and I wish I would be this wise at 36. I mean, like, look, you can be as wise as you wish to be, right? Wisdom does not come from perceived age. Age just has given me the time in which I've been able to develop my desire to satiate my knowledge, my thirst for knowledge. Your wisdom will come, and your wisdom could be way beyond mine by the time you reach my age. It just comes down to a desire and a want to find that wisdom.
The negotiations with Psycho aren't set to begin just yet.
There is never anything impeding you to become wise or to become well-informed. The only thing that will stop you becoming well-informed is an inherent lack of desire. We have the internet. I grew up in a time period for the first 10 to 15 years of my life. I did not have internet. I got internet relatively late compared to my friends and family and stuff. But like, the internet is a wonderful resource of information. Yes, there's a lot of skewed information based on like opinion and misdirection. But there's a lot of information out there as long as you can find cited sources and become media literate and understand where your information is coming from. You can learn a fucking lot in a short period of time. You have the best fucking education tool in front of you. YouTube is amazing for education. There's a lot of bullshit on YouTube. I am some bullshit on YouTube. But if you wanted to, you could learn about a multitude of things on YouTube, from world history to agricultural practices during the Roman age to basically the evolution of NVIDIA's architecture and the AI culture, which is now developing them to be one of the most fucking profitable companies in the world to fucking literally hardened, basically Stalin's rise to power involve a coup d'etat of back channel communication, fucking goddamn censorship and assassinations. You know, it's all there. You just gotta want it. Nah, Gen Z is literally the dumbest generation.
It's the difficult things that end up the most interesting.
I have seen that.
Never be so uptight.
And it's not that the
moment.
generation is dumb in my
Right then.
mind.
Let's go.
It's just inherently the desire to want to learn more. That is all it comes down to. You have access, like Gen Z and Gen Alpha have access to way more tools of education than I ever had growing up.
Same intention.
It's just about desire. It's always going to come down to fucking desire.
New administration's requests.
You know? Some things definitely shape, like, some things in how we are brought up in the time periods we're raised in definitely influence our need to learn or our desire to learn as well. For example, I learned how to build PCs because there was no one out there to tell me how to make a PC work until I learned it, right? Where like a lot of modern day sort of computer literacy is through tablets and phones, stuff we didn't have access to. I had to grow up in the generation where Windows 95 was the hot new thing. So I grew up with MS-DOS, I grew up with all that stuff. And to some extent, yes, Gen Z does not have access to these experiences, which will then limit them to actually have this information and build off that information. But like, that information's not gone anywhere. Like, you could learn how to fucking use a DOS box to play old school fucking PC games from 1998 in DOS box with YouTube. YouTube is such a great resource. And that's just an example. It's not necessarily an example. It's not necessarily an example, you know, that makes a real like world effective sense or gives you any edge on anything. But it's just an example, just for me to pull out of context of like the generational differences between my generation and computer literacy versus Gen Z and Gen Alpha's computer literacy. But it all comes down to desire. Like you and anyone else can go on YouTube and learn amazing things and how to do these things. I am getting my balls rolled.
Then I must be the one to kill you.
Am I meant to hit someone here?
I will stop you, no matter what.
You ain't stopping no one here. One of these. You have a gun arm? I didn't have a gun arm. That's cool. So what's the most coolest facts you know about Cold War? Trying to think what would be the coolest facts I know about the Cold War. I don't know. It's like I think about what was cool facts about Cold War, and I sometimes get tied up at what part. Like we're talking about like the Asian theater, we're talking about the European theater, even like the North American theater with the Cuban Missile Crisis. You know. I struggle with that question sometimes because like there's inherently fascinating things I have of all, but it will all depend on like the geography of where we're talking about when it comes to the Cold War.
Just let me die. By your hand.
Also, there's a big story beat happening here right now, so I'm just having a look at this here. Kill the Blade Twin. I was gonna kill her. Yes, you're gonna hit me here. I've just killed her. I mean, like...
Look. Edo is ablaze.
I guess it's not really a cool fact, but I enjoy some of the history around the creation of like the Berlin sort of like Western states inside of like communist Germany, and I love the sort of like the nature of how like Allied forces used airdrops in order to try and secure basically supplies and resources for West Berlin instead of East Germany. And the sort of like escalation of like the Cold War through the blockade and the building of the Berlin Wall off the back of that blockade and the separations of power that come off of the back of that there, I find very fascinating. It's not really a cool fact, but like I enjoy sort of like the history around sort of like the growing tensions and escalations of this little small like caveated city-state of Western propaganda and Western sort of stronghold inside of... Did I complete the fucking game? I thought I was going to be here till next week. What the fuck? But I enjoy sort of like how like East Berlin versus West Berlin, and how like West Berlin becomes this sort of like little amazing and intriguing actual like escape zone for communist for members of communist Germany inside East Germany, as like sort of like this weird little unpluggable lake inside of the actual Iron Curtain, where you have this little like, again, like beaming, architecturally developed, shining bright monument of Western power superiority and wealth inside of a absolutely like stronghold of pretty much communist dictatorship and oppression, and it becomes this weird little diamond inside a complete absolute isolationist curtain of darkness. And I think it's the nature of how that then plays into again the rising tensions and escalations of sort of, you know, allied powers in the Russian state of the USSR, in an ever-growing like sort of tense environment of nuclear escalation. You have that little bit of Western civilization just peering through the pinhole of the darkness of the curtain. I always find to be very interested in how that then obviously like builds upon then the sort of almost like living, breathing like propaganda for the West, essentially, inside of this the Iron Curtain. It's not so much a fact, so much as more I find it to be a fascinating aspect of our history, especially during the Cold War, where we have such a intriguing and for long periods of time quite a muddled perspective on what was actually happening in those nation states, because we only really started to learn about the Eastern Bloc when the curtain came down, because access to information and access to records and stories and perspectives only came with the actual pulling down of the curtain. And I think there's something about that idea, that little gem, that little shining diamond of Western wealth inside of a cloaked dark curtain that just peers through the veil. I heard a story about the Cold War where there was a German submarine. They mistook something as a sign of war, and two officers wanted to fire missiles, and one officer stopped them, saving them. Yes, indeed. It was a nuclear submarine that almost basically kicked off nuclear war, because there was basically a miscommunication. And it basically was right down to the wire, where you almost saw literally the escalation and destruction of pretty much human race at that point, because it was at such a point where Western powers and Soviet powers had so many missiles trained on so many key economic and strategic strong points, where it was just basically like mutually assured self-destruction. Fucking terrifying. But the thing is, with like nuclear weapons these days, though, like a lot of nuclear weapons, some of the older ones still have like the things you would see in Fallout, right? So like when we look at Fallout, the video game, we look at Fallout as a concept is like the nuclear bombs created a wasteland of radiation and blah 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 blue. there's actually more modern like nuclear weapons still have the destructive power and the ability to like devastate life on a absolutely horrific level, a Megadeth level, because that's where the term Megadeth comes from, the band, right? The thrash metal band from the 80s, Megadeth, was an article that Dave Mustaine was reading and was talking about like the idea of nuclear armaments causing a Megadeth of destruction. So he actually took the term Megadeth, dropped the A, and then made his band called Megadeth off the back of a description of the level of death and destruction that could be brought upon by nukes. But that's a different story altogether. But the actual modern day nukes that we have now, for the most part, do devastating Megadeth levels of destruction. However, the way they do the way they generate and use the concussive force of nuclear explosions does not have the actual radiation effect that you would see in original nukes and original styles of nuclear armaments. It's not to say that nukes out there that are available don't have that level of radioactive fallout, but as we went through and refined and modified and developed nuclear armaments, the actual fallout has been something that has been looked at and reduced, if not removed, because the idea is that there's no point in devastating an area if you cannot take the land back once you've secured the area, essentially. So it's one of those things where a nuclear device that leaves fallout is wasteful because the ground is then destroyed. It's like the surrounding areas are poisoned for generations to come. It doesn't make sense. Where they develop nukes and they've actually like changed nukes in such a way that they still have the same concussive blasts that you would see from nukes that we understand them to have, without that actual radioactive energy spilling over. The one thing that terrifies me, and I think it's called a neutron bomb, which is the French developed, is a terrifying bomb. To me, scarier than nukes. And it's designed to essentially blow up and eradicate all organic life inside its blast radius, leaving structures, equipment, like buildings, all intact. But what it does, it vaporizes life on an atomic level and just destroys organic material. So like you can fuck the bomb into quite a compacted city, but it will leave all the buildings standing, all of the infrastructure in place, all of the equipment there, but organic life like humans wiped out. And that to me is fucking terrifying. Because it essentially just erases any trace you existed. I hope Russia doesn't start a nuclear war. I have here tension over theirs on a breakpoint. Russia threatens nukes quite a lot. But again, Russia is always kept in place by the concept of mutually assured self-destruction. It's kind of like it's a bat they hit people with, but it's not something that they are willing to use. They threaten it because they're scared, because their military might has been challenged by a country they thought they would take over in 3 days, and they are in a position where they are now having to use soldiers on the front lines from prisons and from like volunteers and captives from other countries. So like Russia is starting to run into basically a human resource problem. But like they know that to use a nuke is mutually assured self-destruction at that point. They won't do it. They can't do it. In fact, Russia right now can't even secure their own borders in the sense of like land to air, like combat systems. Their fucking systems, like it's the Su-52 or something like that. It's like basically their surface to air radar and missile system to stop planes is widely ineffective. It's planes, rockets, ATACMS are all getting through it with ease. They are not the military force they were once thought to have been. They do not have the ability to actually last in a proper like air combat scenario. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. Like the Ukraine war has kind of shown us, and this kind of always brings me relief knowing this, because I do worry about the rising tension and escalations off the back of the Ukraine war. But the one thing that I do take some solace and some levity in is that the Ukraine war has shown us how woefully underpowered Russia kind of is when it comes to their weapons guidance systems and their technology. Their stuff isn't worth a damn. It's being made look absolutely foolish by most Western military infrastructures and armaments. Like, it's kind of funny. Like, they have a tank where their tanks have, like, literally their ammunition, like their shells, essentially in the actual, like, pod, you know, the thing of the cannon, the actual, like, bay where the cannon is. That's where they also store the shells. So most of their tanks, if you just hit that area, it just explodes, eviscerates everyone inside it, and sends the fucking cannon into space. Because the explosion just goes off, and it's a wildly strange vulnerability, but it's an existent vulnerability that they've still not really taken care of or, like, eliminated. So it's kind of crazy like that, if I'm honest. But yeah, I completed the game. I did not realize I was going to complete the game today. I thought that we were going to be playing this for another 2 days, I guess, but I guess not. What I usually stream to about now, so I usually stream from when I started, which is like around 4:30 to 5:30. I usually start between 4:30 and 5:30, like Ireland time, Ireland UK time, in the afternoon, and then I go to usually about 10:30, 11:30 my time. So I usually go for about 6 hours. Usually about 6 hours. I have a schedule I put up on YouTube in the ever see, like, in the community section and stuff every week, let people know what games I'm playing and stuff, and what time you can see me and catch me at, as well as on Twitter and in the Discord and whatnot. But yeah, I'm gonna have to release an updated schedule that will then show 2 different games for both tomorrow and Sunday. So that's going to be interesting. I did not realize we were going to complete the game today. I thought that we were going to get a situation where I was going to have to, like, spend another, like, 20 hours playing the game. Apparently not. Blade Twin was the easier boss by the end as well. I actually found the bosses leading up to the Blade Twin to be more difficult than the Blade Twin. But yeah, it is what it is. So normally I would be starting to wind up the stream or be in the latter end of the stream anyway at the minute, simply streaming. So this would usually be my cutoff time in about 40 minutes time. But with today, it being, with us completing the game in the time frame we have, it's going to be a little bit earlier, I guess. Maybe there's hidden quests. Maybe. But we've got so many games to play. Like, we done a fundraiser and I had a goal and we hit the goal. So now I'm going to have to play Duke Nukem Forever tomorrow and Sunday. And complete Duke Nukem Forever on stream, and then after that they're going to be going on to Final Fantasy VII Reborn, or Reunion, sorry, and then Dragon's Dogma, and then after that there it is, I think, Dave the Diver, Davey the Diver, Kingdom Come Deliverance, Beyond Good and Evil's remake, and Red Dead Redemption 2. So we have a slew of games coming up and a slew of things coming up. But we'll see if there's any. We'll see. Maybe there's an after credit scene or something. We'll see if some delicious after creditness comes into play here. For context, I'm a variety streamer. I play a bunch of different games. I don't stick to just one game. I play everything, everything and anything. The only thing I don't really play is, well, I say everything and anything. That's a lie. I don't play much multiplayer games. I'm not really one for battle royales or anything like that. There, for the most part. I just don't find them simply that entertaining. So it's not something I tend to spend a lot of time with. But yeah. Just gotta wait to see if there is a... That is a lot of credits. That's a lot of fucking credits. But yeah. Did not expect to complete... I did not expect to complete this game today at all. I need to now go in and, like, while I'm here, I can do it while I'm here. I can create an updated schedule picture while I'm here, while I'm chatting with you. I can do two things at once. Who would have thought it? So we'll do that now. We're gonna do cool shit like that. You know? I did Legend of Zelda. Is there anyone specifically you were thinking of? Simply streaming? Because last year we played through Tears of the Kingdom and it was phenomenal. I loved it. I loved that game. I wasn't overly fussed on Breath of the Wild, but Tears of the Kingdom for some reason just hit different. Oracle of Ages, Seasons of Ages, you say? Oracle of Ages Seasons, you say? Are they doing a remake of that? At all, do we know? Oh.
The age of the samurai draws to a close. But the samurai spirit lives on, and new horizons await. Following the talks between Kaishu Katsu and Takamori Saigo, the shogunate forces surrender Edo Castle. With that, those who dreamed of a new dawn for Japan succeed in avoiding full-blown war in Edo, saving countless lives.
Okay. There's an end credits. There is an end credits. Dragon Quest 3, 1 and 2 remaster coming through? Okay. Okay. Like the early versions of the from the OGs. I like those games. I enjoy Zelda games. I've obtained the Visual Demons kimono. Midnight difficulty, ally missions unlocked, and breakthrough skills. Interesting. That's good that they give you some. They give you some cool. Oh shit! Son of a bitch. Oh, that's cool. They actually give you like a little bit of like stuff. Like if you're okay, I see why you keep playing this here. That's cool. And obviously, there's like a bunch of like pictures I can take, picture missions and stuff. But I'm, my interest in them is kind of non-existent. I won't be very upfront about that. Oh damn. Damn. Some good stats. This is where you are. This is where you are now. I'm going to move over to IRL because I am going to just sit and chat with you for a little while I create the schedule and put up the new version of the schedule. The schedule. So we'll do that there. Might as well take the time and chat with you for a moment or two before we head off. But yeah. Move a few things around here and change a few things. Overall, I thought that game was really fucking good. I really enjoyed it. Okay, why is this not? Oh, there we go. You should do like play every single Zelda games to date. I would do that, but the problem that there is that it's just I like to play brand new games and stuff. Like, don't get me wrong, like I could always add in those games from time to time. Purely purely down to desire. If like I was like, oh yeah, it could be cool to like play that game, or they could be really cool to do that one at some point. So I'm not totally against it, but I don't know if I would want to like make that a thing that I would do on the reg, just because like the reason why I like doing variety games is because I like an element of keeping things a bit fresh and keeping things a bit interesting for me as a streamer. And like, I'm already kind of in a dangerous situation where I played a lot of RPGs this year, and I'm kind of like, Jesus fucking Christ, like, I need a break from like long games. I need more shorter games, but they just don't exist. They're just not there. for the most part, so it's an unfortunate situation where, like, my desire to play these games, or to play more to play like games that are not so intense from a standpoint of like big fucking RPGs and stuff, it's just not there. It just don't exist. Some have 2 set piece stats, really. Did I see Rio? I didn't. I'll need to go back and look at that there. Sorry, I got so caught up in doing this other thing here. But to do doodly do pick Friday. Move that into the Friday folder. Duplicate the layer. Put that into that layer. Move that the fuck down. I gotta change a few things. Have you played Fallout New Vegas? I played it many a moon ago. Many a moon ago. I've been streaming for about 7 odd years, maybe a bit longer than that. So I played a lot of games in my time. Played a lot of games on stream. Which has been good crack, but like, you know, I've been doing this for a while, if you know what I mean. Like, this is, it's like, oh lordy, you've been doing it for a while. Why not? There we go. So yeah, that is that. So we created that image, just got to save a wee PNG of that bad baby. See a wee PNG of it. A punji. I saved a punji of it. You missed that? There's an Australian kangaroo. What's the Australian kangaroo game? Basically get a trinket from individual bond kind each time, and second one is ridiculously OP. I like seeing him getting ready to go to America. I thought that was cool. I thought that was like a nice little like send off for him. I quite like that actually. I was like, that's cool. I like that. What is the kangaroo game? Out of curiosity, if you don't mind me asking. I'm sure you don't mind me asking, but obviously it's just, you know. The inner politeness in me demands that I ask with a polite nature. And just doing a few bits and bobs in the background. Apologies. I probably should just pull that over here so I can keep reading it. Yeah, I forgot the name. You forgot the name. It's all good. It's all good. I'm dyslexic. Simply streaming, so I forget shit all the time. I forget stuff on the reg because I'm a dyslexic idiot. And then take that, put that to there, pin that to there. Gotta do so many things. So the schedule stuff, I also put the schedule up on I put the schedule up on Twitter, I put the schedule up on Discord, I put the schedule on Twitch's like app for people who check it out there. I also put it on YouTube's community tab and stuff. I put this fucking everywhere. I also update like the Twitch schedule regularly. As regular as I can remember to. I'll do it now just to keep ourselves right. File schedule. Yes. I have, as always, created a situation where I can. It's not worth the time. Have you played? I've done Spider-Man 2 as well. Spider-Man 2 was done not too long after the release date. So Stellar Blade it is. Oh, I just remembered. Stellar Blade? Where does Stellar Blade come from? So what sort of movies and series have you been watching? Well, I just finished Fallout. There today. I was sitting on like the last episode for like months for some reason. Like I just kind of got like, I don't know if distracted is the right term. But I definitely like was sitting there and I was on like the last episode, right? And then suddenly out of nowhere I just stopped watching it. And it was like, why did I stop watching this? And then I watched like the last episode of the season today, and I was like, this was fantastic. Why did I not watch this all the way through? So I watched that today, and that was fantastic. I'm watching The Boys as well. The Boys is really good. Giz was recommending me the One Piece, the One Piece, the live action One Piece. He said it was really good, so I'll probably move on to that next. So we go on out there. Been watching The Boys and House of the Dragon. Has House of the Dragon been good? Like I kind of got like most people got very much burned, by 1 second. Actually, I have to double check something here. I can't for the life of me. I need to just double check something. Yeah, I should be able to listen to music here and not you shouldn't be able to hear it or anything. Because I don't want to get done for TOS. Not TOS, for copyright for music, so I've got music going to my ears, but you just can't hear it. But has Dragon been good though? Starboy released a while ago, April 20th. Jeez, is that out already? Is that out how long that's been out? I did not realize. I thought that was still. Oh, that was the one everyone got like. Not everyone, but a bunch of people got butthurt because they like made her like tits not directly in their face or something, and then people got said it was like fucking infringement on something, blah blah blah. People were real butthurt about that there. I remember that there, and I remember thinking, mate, that's cringe. That is cringe. That y'all are getting butthurt by like her tits not being out as much. Like I remember seeing that. Actually, now to think about it, because it's just one of those ones where it's just like, come on, it's not that fucking big of a deal. Well, I like the new season is good with the dragon battles. See, that was the thing. Like I got like I got like most people quite burned aggressively on like the end of the original first series, which I think is a fair statement for a lot of people that were watching it. They got real burned on like how bad the last series actually ended up being. And uh sorry, someone's tweeting at me about Duke Nukem. So yeah, I got burned with that there, and it was one of those things where I was like, okay, well, I don't know if I really want to fucking indulge like another series of this, because like that was like it was. I thought how they ended the previous series was pretty fucking horrific, and it was just like, oh dear, I don't know if I want to put myself through this again. That was particularly grim. But you're saying there's a lot of violence and stuff. Duke that Nukem now. We're not Duke Nukem now. We're doing it tomorrow. I usually end the streams around now, Rob. I'm tired and I want to eat. I'm just updating the schedules and stuff. I'm You just had a Raffles? Oh, you're back in the country. Damn, you had a big Raffles, did you? Or was it? Was it as good as you remember? I'm hoping it was as good as you remember. Fantastic. That's what we love to hear. That's what you love to hear. I'm just getting the schedule posted up everywhere I can at the minute. Better. Oh, even better. There's a new limited time series with Jake Gyllenhaal called Presumed Innocent, which is really good. Is it like a crime drama, or what's the deal with that? Like, what's the style? The Beyond Good and Evil 20th anniversary remaster is on the schedule. We'll just have to, we're getting to that later. So that will be played. Funny enough, is Black Myth Wukong is like it's less than like 2 months away. Dr. Gatorlegs is coming in with a hot raid. Dr. Gatorlegs MD, you keep well because I'm telling you, you're looking well. What were y'all doing? We got a goblin raid coming on here. Players of Dead by Daylight, you love to see it. What the fuck have I joined? What the fuck is that raid thing? The raid thing's awesome. The raid thing's everything you ever want to be, Cass. It's a murder mystery. Interesting. And another raid? Everyone's raiding me out of nowhere. Everyone loves my raid. Oh my goodness. Big shout outs to... Oh my god, who just raided? Sorry. Why is my notifications not showing me who just raided? Why is everything... Why is everything gone to hell? Why is it not telling me who just raided? Why is it? Oh, there it is. Inoki. I hope I said that correctly. Apologies if I haven't. We keep mucks. Let me tell you, you're looking well. You're looking fantastic today. Inoki, let me tell you, know what you're like? You are like an ice cream on a hot summer's day. Refreshing, delightful, an experience to be enjoyed by all. But I hope you keep mucks. I'm telling you, you're looking well. You violently sucking ghost cock. I mean, who doesn't want to violently suck a ghost cock? Come on. You're given that opportunity maybe once in a lifetime at best. You take the dick by the horns and literally shove it in your mouth. But a big shout out to Inoki as well, and a big shout out to Dr. Gearlegs. If you haven't already went in and checked them, folks, obviously my community, I encourage you to go check them out, give them a follow, give them some love, show the just be lovely people and return that love back, because it's always the right thing to do. But we've all been having a wonder. You've been playing some oh my goodness, some Dead by Daylight as well. A bunch of the average Dead by Daylight enjoyer has definitely joined the chat, but we'll love to see it. Doing some DB. Oh, a cat! I haven't spoke to Cat in ages, and I miss Cat. I know Cat's had some trouble with internet and being able to stream, and that has deeply upset me. Because I like going in there and just hearing her just absolutely out of pocket thoughts, because they're the best. Like, you'll just be sitting there and then Kat will just say some of the wildest shit just out of pocket, out of nowhere. And it's just like, where the fuck did that come from? It's great. I love it. I can't get enough of it. But oh my, I love the emotes as well, Inoki. I'm hoping I'm saying your name right, by the way. What's the time there? It's 7 a.m. here, and I've been watching the stream for 3 hours since 3 a.m. It is 10 past 10 in the evening. Simply streaming. 11 though, you said hi. I miss the I do miss them. I miss them so much. I miss them loads. Again, it's one of those things where like my life has become inherently hectic as well. Since like we last got hanging out, because like I've moved houses, I have I'm different. I'm in a different location now. I have like different requirements and realities and stuff, and it's just one of those things where it's like, yes, I want to be able to live my life, but also, holy fuck, And so like I used to be able to stay up to like 4 or 5 in the morning, just do whatever I needed to. And I got like, that meant I had premium hangout time with folks, and I just don't have that anymore. Like I have to be a sensible human being and get up at like adult sensible hours, which then, you know, means that cool hangout time is very limited at that point, which is just horrifyingly fucking boring. Aw. I love Kat. So yeah, she's an absolute sweetheart. Absolute sweetheart. I hope her internet gets sorted though. I miss her streams. I miss her streams. Actually, I you know, I missed the Tuesday streams because like that was great. Like me and Shan have been going through We Were Here, and it was very much inspired off like us watching Kat and Inoki go through We Were Here. And I miss seeing those Tuesday streams and stuff. I really do. They were fucking brilliant. They're really, really good. But yeah, so folks, if you're not went over and shown a bunch of love to Inoki and as well to Dr. Gearlex, you need to do that. Like it's not like you need to do that because I think it's a good suggestion. It's just by law you should do that. Like by law you should go over and share some love with them. But yes, the good people I enjoy their company too. I massively enjoy their company. So yeah. They do Tuesdays on. Oh really? I need to go over. Am I not following Inoki? I need to make sure I'm following Inoki. If I'm not, I'm gonna fucking throw up. Why is my just gonna have to? I'm just gonna hit up one of these. Oh, bam! It's one of them. Make sure I check them out and say hello to them. Just hit them one of them. Just slap a wild follow on that there. But yes, folks, I hope you've all been having a wonderful week so far. Here in the Ireland and UK, I mean Northern Ireland specifically, in the UK, we're in the middle of election season, which is, for some folks, absolutely horrifying. But sure, the American friends will have their turn at it soon as well. We just completed Rise of the Ronin today, which was fun. I wasn't expecting to complete it today, and then as a result, because we done so amazing and raised a ton of money for Trans Lifeline as a community. My community is now subjecting me to Duke Nukem Forever tomorrow. So I was just like, you know what I was doing? Just post game, just hanging out, chilling, chatting to folks, having a good time. I was just getting like the updated schedule information out, and we're going to have to go through the absolute drivel that is Duke Nukem Forever tomorrow. So that's going to be tons of fun. Let me tell you. You dropped your vote for the first time it's first time ever today. How did you find it? Like it's one of those things where like I've been in like the sort of like I would say like the pre-ID requirement versus the now ID requirement. It's like a bit strange now. Did you also have like the rampant amount of like pseudo bullying from Sinn Féin and stuff that they usually do? Because that's a thing. In my defense, by the way, I've been in Dojo 2 for weapon style unlocks. Oh my god. Kids just doing the big grind on that stuff. Very much so. They're still doing that thing. Yeah, they're like they borderline try to bully people, it almost seems like, at literally the actual like voting centers. It's fucking wild they can get away with that. I look, it's one of those things where it's like you walk up and like, yes, immediately go in and vote for someone else. Yes, I will definitely take your stern recommendation and fervent pleading to go vote for the candidate you want me to vote for. No. So yeah. It's good. It's good to hear that they're still on their bullshit with that one. This is how the complete ballot should look with their candidate. Oh God, did you get a picture of like what did they hand out, like, because they've done that before, like see for MLA elections, they like hand out versions of the ballot with like who should be number 1, who should be number 2, who should be number 3. And it's one of those things where like it's one of those ones where like they try to like tactically infer which like ones you should be voting for, which I always thought was a bit scummy, because it's kind of like that almost seems like borderline vote tampering in my mind. Who's likely to win the election? Well, for the most part, when it comes to Westminster simply streaming, it's more likely going to be Labour Party clean up quite a bit. So it'll be the first time we're seeing like a non-conservative majority government and potentially a Labour government. But like within regards to Northern Ireland, it's probably gonna be the same people that always win, which is like a mixture of DUP and Sinn Féin with some SDLP and like Alliance sprinkled in here and there. But yeah, because I'm a carer, it's all postal votes for me at the minute, so I don't have the joys as well. Like my voting is also a little bit funky. Like it was one of those things I was going to do the normal vote, and then the last minute I just applied for the postal vote. It's like, fuck it, I'm gonna get the postal vote. It just makes life easier for me as a carer. I'll just do it that way, and I done it that way. So it's gonna be one of those ones where I done it that way, and that was kind of like a new interesting perspective, because like you have to like put like a letter inside a letter and whatnot when you're getting the postal vote ready and whatnot, just like because there's like multiple levels of like security with the postal votes. So it was intriguing though to do that for the first time, and so that's what I was so I didn't even have to go up to the actual I didn't even have to go up to the podium today, which I used to do. Saying that the word around the Protestant side is basically you've been rounded up and told in community centers to vote for because their way of life is under threat. It wouldn't shock me if that is the case, but like I don't know how many security people, because you're technically not allowed to have people inside the actual center. So if that is found out to be true and there's evidence to show that there, it could lead to like a district's votes being completely like cancelled, if you know what I mean, or invalidated. So I'd like this, like when it comes to rumor and innuendo like that there, while I can believe to an extent, I'm not going to blindly believe it until I see the evidence, because like there is a level of like sectarian tribalism that will like make rumors up about the other side to spur on, you know, this, that, and the other. And it's like, we'll see. But I would like to see evidence of that first and foremost, because again, people are not allowed into the actual like booth stations beyond a certain point. Like they can only stand outside the actual building. They are not allowed in the building. That would then, if that was found out to have been happening, it would invalidate that area's results. I never voted because both parties suck here, but it's funny to hear about political news and across countries. I mean, it's one of those things where if the parties in your area suck, I would still recommend you vote. Just vote for someone else. Like, you know, there's always going to be smaller candidates, and it's going to feel like you're throwing the votes away. But like voting, like building up like grassroots levels of like change does not happen by absenteeism of voting. Like even if you feel like your vote's going to a candidate that's never going to win, the amount of people who then start to actually think with that logic of like, well, I'll just throw the vote there anyway, because like, you know what? At least it's being used at that point. You'd be shocked by how often you will see that level of voting then rise like election on election on election, and a like grassroots build of actual confidence in those candidates. And as you see grassroots building of confidence in those candidates actually spurs on more people to vote for those candidates. So you kind of have to will change in that way sometimes, even when it feels stagnating or useless. You don't spur on encouragement by absenteeism, if you know what I mean. But that depends if you want to be politically minded or not. That's up to you on a personal level. But like, if you feel disenfranchised by a two-party system where both parties don't work for you, there's still something to be said for voting for the not guaranteed candidate to try and build a grassroots approach. Yeah, that was pre-election day. Like that, I mean, that to me, that right there, Rob, just sounds like old wives' tales for the most part. Like, you got to remember certain things, right? These booths will have press all around them, right? Independent press, not just random people with their phones. It will have independent press because they're going to want to get interviews of people from like perspectives and, you know, fucking news articles and video feeds and shit. If that's happening, independent press outlets are going to find out about that, and they're going to be right around to the fucking booth to investigate, and it would become news. You know, that shit sounds like some sectarian level old wives' tale stuff. I saw a Trump and Biden debate, which was hilarious. That was literally watching two incontinent old codgers literally stink up a debate booth for an hour and a half. That was painful to watch, if I'm honest. That was genuinely painful. Like, I looked back on it with just a glaring level of just befuddled confusion on that one. Dreadful stuff. I think I've done, so right, I'm going to go for it. I just need to double check. I've done the Twitter post. Yep. Done the Twitch stuff. Yep. Done the YouTube stuff. Done the Discord stuff. I can't think if I'm missing anything. Have I got the game installed? No, I didn't think about it. Just dawned on me. Have I even installed the fucking game? I do. I have the game installed. Grand. So it's good to go for tomorrow. So tomorrow, folks, if y'all want to suffer with me, we'll be suffering for Duke Nukem Forever. Which will be, I guess, fun for someone, I guess. You never know. Maybe I'll have fun. Maybe I won't. America is fucked. America's screwed. Like, everyone knows this. I skipped the debate and just watched the Jon Stewart's very good on his commentary. I do enjoy Jon Stewart's stuff. I do watch his stuff on YouTube and whatnot. Interesting perspectives, entertaining as well. You know, I do like some of his stuff. I like funny enough, I do like the British lad. I can't remember his name. British lad with the glasses. Cannot remember the name of him now. It's comedy first and foremost. Yeah. But my god, it's good. It's good shit though. It's good shit. What is the other guy called? I'm blanking names. I always blank names. Like, I'm always mixing up names or getting names wrong. Glasses guy, like thinning hair, black. He's British. He's quite funny. Like, he's got good comedy. He's got good comedic delivery. I feel like saying British guy should be enough to differentiate. There's Stephen Colbert, and yeah, it's not Stephen Colbert. That'll be the Penguin. The Penguin? Not that guy. John Oliver. Thank you. Yeah, John Oliver's stuff's good. I enjoy John Oliver as well. Like, his pieces can be his pieces are very well done and also really funny at times. Like, he commits to the bit in a way that I very much enjoy when it comes to like political satire and stuff and political like delivery. I enjoy his stuff as well a lot. It's good stuff. It's stuff that I can like just kind of resonate with because I find it intriguing and just kind of funny. So yeah, just 10 out of 10. Top tier stuff between the two of them. But yes, folks, I am what they call hungry and tired. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to love yous and I'm going to leave yous. I know it's sad, right? It's real sad. But it's okay, though, because I'll be back tomorrow from about 5:30 at the very latest, UK, Ireland time, for Duke Nukem Forever. So again, this is off the back of a wonderful fundraising goal we hit. And we are now going to commit to a woeful game, which is going to be great for you, or for people who want to see that. Who wanted to see that, not for me though. I'm not really fussed on the game, but well, you know what? You never know. Maybe I'll fall into old school, game design and resonate with. You never know. But I'll be back tomorrow from that time, folks. Obviously, if you've enjoyed the stream, I'm going to encourage you to hit that follow button. That way you don't miss out the live streams as it go live on Twitch. Or if you're on YouTube, hit the subscribe button. That way you don't miss out on the live stream as it goes live. You want to check out my social media? I have social media. Would you believe it? I know, right? It's shocking. It's absolutely abhorrent. But I do have it, and you can check that. You can check out that stuff, very much here. Just going to put it into the chats. Various different links if you want to check that out. It's up to yourselves. Be it Instagram, be it Twitter, be it Tumblr, TikTok, all of that good stuff. You can check us out there. But anyway, folks, I am going to love yous. I'm going to leave yous. If I'm lucky, I get to see yous tomorrow. Have a wonderful rest of your evening, and I'll speak to you soon. Peace.